helicopter dropped through the clouds, and I saw an island below. The pilots took us lower, until the Chinook was flying just a few feet above the choppy waves. As we got closer to the island, I saw a rocky shoreline, cliffs and trees. "This island has no name," Ian Hart said, his voice coming through the headset in my flight helmet. "It does, however, have buildings and a landing pad. We can rest here for a while. God knows we need it." His voice was full of anger and regret. The people he'd known and worked with at Site Bravo 1, Apocalypse Island, were all dead, ripped apart by each other, thanks to the Brigadier's virus-filled bomb. We gained altitude and flew over the island, allowing me to get a good look at the place through the window. It was vaguely horseshoe-shaped, with a cove, tree-covered hills, and a wide clearing. Buildings huddled together in the clearing. I could see a hangar and a landing pad with a large H painted on it. The Chinook descended and landed on the pad. The pilot cut the engine, and the rotors slowed before stopping completely. Everyone piled out of the chopper and onto the tarmac. A cool, salt-tanged breeze came in from the coast, rustling through the trees around us. "Be alert," Hart said. "As far as I know, there was no one on this island when the virus broke out, but we can't be too careful." He nodded to the 3 members of the security team. They raised their carbines and approached the seemingly deserted buildings as a tight unit. "We'll wait here until they clear the area," he said. I did a quick head count. Lucy, Sam, Tanya, myself, Hart, his 3 team members, and the helicopter pilot and co-pilot. 10 of us. We were all armed, but we wouldn't have much chance if this island was crawling with zombies. "What is this place?" Lucy asked, looking at the main 3-story building and the surrounding smaller ones. "Science outpost," Hart said. "Abandoned a while ago. The scientists who worked here didn't like the isolation, and I understand the weather got quite bad on occasion." "What were they studying?" "Marine biology." "So this wasn't a military base?" I asked. He shook his head. "Civilian. This was a government-funded project to study marine animals and their habitats." "Why here?" Lucy asked. "On this island, I mean." "There's a reef near here that had some value to the scientific community. This place was built as a base of operation. The reef is only a short boat ride away, so it made sense to build the labs here." I wondered how Hart knew so much about the place if the science project was civilian and not military. I decided not to ask, though. I had more immediate concerns, like staying alive if the buildings around us were inhabited by the living dead. I was glad that the pilot and his female co-pilot had elected to wait near the cockpit. If things went sideways, they'd be able to start the engines quickly and get us the hell out of here. The trio of security guards returned and nodded to Hart. "The buildings are clear," he said. "Let's get inside." We moved away from the landing pad and crossed the grass to the main building, a large 3-story structure with windows that were treated with some kind of dark coating that made them opaque from the outside. We made our way inside through a steel door and found ourselves standing in a wide foyer with functional white tiles on the floor, a staircase that led up to the next level, and a number of corridors leading to other sections of the building. "The canteen is this way," Hart said, leading us along one of the corridors. "Should be a place to sit for all of us. We can plan our next move from there." The canteen was a large room with black and white checkered floor tiles, a long metal serving area, and steel doors that led to the kitchen. I suddenly realized how hungry I was. When was the last time I'd eaten? Too long ago. The room was furnished with wooden tables and chairs. The windows, which were transparent from inside the building, looked down over the cove. There was a sandy beach down there, as well as a long wooden dock that jutted out into the sea. "Why did they leave the furniture?" Tanya asked, as we pushed tables together and dragged chairs over so we could all sit together. "And do what with it?" Hart asked. "Put it in storage? Might as well leave it here until it's needed elsewhere. Luckily for us, there should still be quite a few resources here." "Like food?" I asked. "We'll check the storerooms in a bit. We're going to need to take an inventory of what we have here on the island, and what we need to acquire in the future." "Are you suggesting we live here?" Lucy asked. "We have nowhere else to go. There's shelter here, and warmth, once we get the generators going. If there's anything else we need, like food, we can get it from the mainland. This place is our best hope for survival." I wasn't going to argue with that. After the destruction of the Big Easy, I'd felt vulnerable and exposed. The boat had allowed us to stay at a safe distance from the zombie-infested mainland, and its loss had been a huge blow. This island would serve the same purpose as the Big Easy had. It was far enough from the mainland to be a safe haven, yet close enough that we could get supplies when we needed them. "Our immediate goal is survival," Hart said. "The world has gone to hell in a handbasket, and if we're not careful, the human race will be wiped out altogether. At some point, we're going to have to go after Brigadier Gordon. He's a madman with a bomb that turns ordinary people into monsters. We can't allow him to carry out whatever plans he may have regarding the use of that bomb." A general murmur went around the table as everyone agreed. We'd seen firsthand what the Brigadier's bomb could do. The world was in enough trouble without him causing even more chaos. "We're agreed, then," Hart said. "Our immediate objective is to get the generators on and restore power to this place. The food stores need to be checked, and an inventory needs to be taken." He looked at me. "Alex, since you're so interested in the food situation, that can be your job. Choose another person to help you. I want everyone working in pairs until we know for sure that this island is indeed deserted." "You think someone else is here?" Lucy asked, with a worried look on her face. "We can't be sure. The scientists left ages ago, but that doesn't mean there's no one else here. I didn't see any boats when we arrived, but it's possible to hide such things." Now I thought he was being paranoid. I could see why someone might sail to this island and take up residence here. But if that was the case, then surely they'd be here in the main buildings. It was unlikely that they'd be hiding in the woods or on the beach. Hart was a military man, though, so he'd want everything double-checked before he declared the island safe. "I'll help Alex," Sam volunteered. "I didn't say anything earlier, but I'm starving." "Fine," Hart said. "Just don't eat all the food." Sam grinned. "No worries, man." "Waters, Hamilton and Fletcher. Check out the north side of the island." The 3 security guards nodded and stood, pushing back their chairs. They left the canteen, checking their weapons as they went. "Larson and Reeves, take the chopper up and have a good look at the island from the air." The pilot, a fair-haired, blue-eyed man named Terry Reeves, and his co-pilot, a tall Danish woman named Claudia Larson, whose blonde hair was pulled back into a long plait, picked up their flight helmets from the table and also left. That left Hart, Sam, Tanya, Lucy and me at the table. "While these 2 check the food situation," Hart said, pointing at Sam and me, "perhaps you ladies would like to check on the living arrangements. A couple of the outlying buildings were the scientists' quarters. You should be able to find bedding and that sort of thing. Might as well make our stay here as comfortable as possible." "You sure you don't want us to check the south side of the island?" Tanya said. "We're more than maids, Hart. We're kick-ass. I'm sure you are. All right. You can join the search of the south side when the others get back from checking the north. But we still need a place to bed down, so until then, please check the outlying buildings for the basic necessities. Thank you. Tanya looked like she was about to say something else, but Lucy grabbed her arm and pulled her to her feet. It's fine. We'll check the scientists' quarters. She guided Tanya out of the room. What are you going to do, man? Sam asked hard. You like giving out jobs, but I notice you didn't give one to yourself. I'm going to get those generators started, he said, standing up. By yourself? I asked. But you said we should... I'll be fine. Now you boys whip up something tasty for when I get back. He slung his carbine over his shoulder and left, whistling a tune I didn't recognize, but which sounded happier than the occasion demanded. He seems cheerful, I said to Sam. He's a soldier. This is the sort of thing he thrives on. It's probably his greatest dream come true. The zombie apocalypse? I don't think so. We left the table and walked around the back of the serving area. The door to the kitchen was a simple swing door. We pushed through it. The kitchen was clean and functional, full of stainless steel work surfaces and pots and pans hanging from a steel bar that ran the length of the room. Don't be so sure, Sam said. Guys like Hart love shit like this. Hey, there's a storeroom over here. He pulled open a door, revealing a large room with cardboard boxes and plastic drums stacked from floor to ceiling. Sam looked at me and grinned. Bingo! We walked into the storeroom. With no working lights, it was dark, but I could make out some of the labels on the boxes. Baked beans, tinned tomatoes, rice, dried pasta, flour. We'd hit the mother lode. There was enough food here for a few months. What do you fancy for lunch? Sam asked. Pasta? There's some sauce here. We carried a box of pasta and a box of sauce into the kitchen and placed them on the work surface. Sam took a small knife out of his back pocket and cut open the boxes, taking out 3 jars of pasta sauce and a couple of bags of dried pasta. Do you think that will be enough? He asked. I looked at the food sitting on the stainless steel surface. There had once been a time when I'd have been able to eat that amount of food all by myself. We should probably add some more. There are 10 of us, remember? Yeah, sure thing. He pulled out 3 more bags of pasta and 2 more sauce jars. How are we supposed to cook it? Until Hart gets the generators started, we don't have any electricity. I inspected one of the cookers. The main oven was electric, but the rings on the hob were gas. I turned one on and heard the hiss of gas. I pressed down on the knob, and the ignition sparked the furthest ring into life. We can use the gas, I told Sam. It probably runs off bottles, like in caravans. Cool! Let's get cooking. He selected a huge stainless steel pasta pot from the assortment hanging above our heads and dropped it onto the hob with a clang. I smiled inwardly. He'd chosen a scant amount of food, but the largest pan. The thing was industrial size, more than enough to hold our 5 bags of tagliatelle. Maybe a smaller pan for the sauce, I suggested. He grabbed a smaller pan and placed it on the hob. We're going to need water in this one. I tapped the pot and nodded towards the sink. There was no way I'd be able to carry this monstrosity once it was full of water. Sam shouldn't have much of a problem, though. He went over to the sink and turned on the tap. It sputtered and popped for almost a minute. Then a steady stream of water flowed out. There must be some sort of hydro system that utilizes groundwater, Sam said. Looks like no expense was spared for the comfort of the marine biologists. He hefted the pasta pot over to the sink and half filled it with water before bringing it back and putting it on the burning gas ring. "I'm going to find some salt," he said, going back into the storeroom. While he was in there, I watched the water in the pot. It was going to take a while to heat up. I heard a click, followed by sudden low hum from across the room. I looked in that direction. There was a large fridge over there. I went over and opened the door. The light came on, showing empty shelves. "Art got the power on," I called to Sam. "Great!" The storeroom lit up as he put the lights on in there. "Aha! Salt and pepper." He came out with plastic tubs of each in his arms and put them down on the central island. "Okay, let's get this meal started." "We need to wait for the water to boil," I told him. Hart appeared at the door. "Turn it off for now. The exploration team has just radioed in. They've found something on the north side of the island. They're holding their position until we get there. They might need fire support." "Why?" I asked. "What did they find?" "They're not exactly sure. Waters said there's a boat and a dead body, but it isn't as straightforward as that." "In what way?" "She said we need to see it for ourselves." Sam rolled his eyes. "This doesn't sound good." "Grab your guns and let's go," Hart said. I turned the gas off, and we followed Hart outside. Tanya and Lucy were already waiting for us, carbines slung over their shoulders. "It's not too far," Hart said, marching into the woods and heading north. "What's so special about a dead body that we all have to see it?" Tanya asked. "They said there was something weird about it. Come on, keep up." He increased his pace. As we moved to the northern edge of the island, my senses were on high alert, and I scanned the trees around us. Weird didn't sound good. Chapter 2. The members of the security team were waiting for us at the northern edge of the woods. "What's the problem?" Hart asked. "Like I said on the radio," Caroline Waters said. "You need to see this for yourself." Josh Hamilton and Andy Fletcher, both standing behind her, were silent, but the worried looks on their faces said it all. Whatever they'd found had disturbed them. "Is there an immediate danger?" Hart asked, looking at the faces of his team. Waters shook her head. "I don't think so, sir. It seems to be inert, but we haven't approached it, so I don't know what it would do if we got closer." Hart frowned. "Show me." We left the cover of the trees and moved across an open, grassy area at the top of the northernmost cliff. "The boat is down there," Waters said, pointing down at the coastline. I inched to the edge of the cliff with everyone else and looked down. The sea had carved out a cove over the course of a few millennia, and there was a pebbly beach down there. A 42-foot yacht, similar to the Big Easy, sat on the pebbles, listing slightly to one side. Its hull had been split open, probably on the rocks that lay further out to sea, and the boat was covered with weeds and crustaceans. It had been abandoned to the sea and the elements some time ago. "The body is over here," Waters said. "When you see it, you'll know why we didn't get too close." She led us inland, back to the edge of the woods. Only this time, we followed the trees west for a couple of minutes, until Waters stopped and pointed. Hart saw the body first. He subconsciously took a step back and muttered, "What the hell?" I followed his gaze to the tree line, and my eyes widened with shock. I tightened my grip on the carbine. The body was laying on its back and had the mottled blue skin of a zombie, but there was very little flesh left. Bleached white bones poked out through the remaining skin at sharp angles, and it looked as if the rib cage had exploded. I was reminded of John Hurt's character, Kane, in the Alien movie, when the creature burst from his chest. But what had come out of this poor man's chest? I could tell from the sunken blue face that this had once been a fair-haired man in his 20s or 30s, was some kind of fungus. It had slick grey tendrils that had erupted from the corpse and had snaked over the ground in all directions. The fungoid appendages reached about 30 feet around the body. Some of them had slithered up into the trees, while others lay on the ground. "Everyone stay back," Hart said. His words were redundant. There was something about the fungus that triggered a deep primal part of my brain, and told me to turn and run. I was sure the others felt the same way. I wasn't going to take another step closer to the thing. It was all I could do to stop myself from fleeing the area and never coming back. "Any ideas what that thing is?" Hart asked. "It's obviously a zombie," Fletcher said, "but I have no idea about that fungus. Anyone else?" Nobody offered an opinion. None of us had seen anything like the fungus-infected zombie before. "No one goes near it," Hart said, turning and walking back to the cliff edge. "I want a closer look at that boat." "There's a way down there, sir," Hamilton said, pointing the muzzle of his gun at a rough path that angled down the side of the cliff to the beach. "Hamilton, take point. Everyone else, behind me." We fell into a loose formation behind Hart. Hamilton led the way across the cliff edge to the beginning of the path. The route was natural, not man-made, and looked dicey in places where the incline was steep and we'd have to climb over the rocks. But it was the only way to get to the boat, other than abseiling down the side of the cliff. Needless to say, I didn't fancy being lowered over the edge of the cliff with nothing but a rope between me and the beach below. Our descent was slow and careful. A strong wind blew in from the sea, whipping at us and threatening to peel us off the rocks. I tried to keep my centre of balance low, and made sure I was holding onto the cliff wall every step of the way. Hamilton and Hart didn't seem to be bothered by the weather conditions, and reached the pebbled beach a couple of minutes before the rest of us. When we were all on the beach, we raised our weapons and advanced on the wrecked boat. Waves crashed on the rocks, and salty spray drenched us. Pebbles rattled like small bones as the surf washed over them, before dragging them out to sea. Seagulls cried from somewhere above us. I didn't look up. My attention was fixed on the splintered hull of the boat. Anything could come running or slithering out of the large hole, and I didn't want to be taken unawares. Hart gestured to the 3 security team members, and they moved forward quickly. Waters covered the hole with her carbine, while Fletcher and Hamilton went around to the other side of the boat and boarded it. I heard shuffling and the banging of doors in there. Then Hamilton shouted, "Clear!" Everyone lowered their weapons. I slung mine over my shoulder and went around to the other side of the overturned boat, where a ladder attached to the stern allowed me to climb on board. The name The Hermit was painted on the side of the boat. Like the hull, the deck was covered with weeds. Fletcher came up from down below and leaned over the railing to report to Hart. "Everything in the interior of the craft looks water-damaged, sir. There's mould on everything. No signs of any other people on board, dead or otherwise. Looks like he was sailing alone." Hamilton was up in the bridge. He looked down at Hart and said, "The equipment up here looks fried. Nothing salvageable, sir." I opened the door that led to below decks and grimaced at the smell of damp and mould that assailed my nostrils. I went down and found myself in a living space that wasn't unlike the Big Easy's. There was a living room and a small kitchen, overgrown with green mould that sprouted from the furniture and the wet carpet, and had spread over the walls. A small door led to a cabin with a similarly mouldy bed. There was a laptop in here, but it was obviously water-damaged and beyond repair. I opened the top drawer in the bedside table, hoping to discover the identity of the man who'd sailed to this island alone and died up on the top of the cliffs. There was a hard-bound notebook in there with a blue cover. I pulled it out and opened it. The pages were covered with handwriting in blue ink that had bloomed over the paper in some places due to water damage, but wasn't totally destroyed. I saw dates and times on some of the entries. The guy had been keeping a journal. I went back outside and took the book with me. When I got back on deck, I took a deep breath of fresh, salty air, glad to be out of the mould-infested living quarters. I climbed down the ladder and dropped to the ground. "What have you got?" Hart asked, spying the book in my hand. "A journal. It might tell us who he was and why he was here." "All right. I'll leave it up to you to glean whatever information you can from it." "Thanks," I said, with more than a hint of sarcasm in my voice. Hart's attitude was beginning to rankle. I could see why he'd assumed he was in command. He was, after all, the boss of the security team and the helicopter pilots. But I didn't work for him, and I didn't appreciate being bossed around. If he heard the sarcastic tone in my reply, he didn't acknowledge it. He simply looked up towards the top of the cliffs and said, "There's a storm heading this way. Everyone back to base." Climbing back up the cliff path was no mean feat. After clambering over the rocks and making our way up the steep incline, we stood on the top and regained our breath while looking down at the boat and out to sea. No one looked in the direction of the fungus zombie. Hart was right about the storm. Dark clouds hung ominously over the sea a few miles away. "The north side of the island is off limits until we know what we're dealing with," Hart said. Nobody argued with that. If the others were thinking along the same lines as me, then they wanted to forget they'd ever seen that thing. We moved south, through the trees, back towards the buildings. A light rain began to fall, the drops bouncing off the foliage around us. The trees provided cover, and when we got back to base, we were damp but not drenched. "I'll get that pasta on," I said, as I entered the main building and turned towards the canteen. "Sam can do that," Hart said. "Your job is to find out what's in that journal. I can read it in the kitchen while we're cooking." Sam and I went to the kitchen and relit the gas under the pasta pot. While we waited for the water to warm up, I leaned on the central island and carefully opened the damp journal. The first few pages were illegible. The ink that had once formed words was now a blue, amorphous stain. However, on the inside cover in bold black ink were the words, "The Adventures of Chris Sims and the Hermit." So, Fungus Guy's name was Chris Sims. I leafed ahead to the first legible entry and found one that was dated a couple of days after the zombie outbreak. I'd been hiking in Wales with Lucy, Mike and Elena on that day. Chris, it seemed, had been taking the Hermit out to sea. "Finally got the boat out. I had to avoid some crazies who were arguing at the marina, but managed to get away without incident. Good thing, too, because I wasn't up to fighting anybody. The bite that Fiona gave me hurts like a bitch, and my hand has swelled up to twice its normal size. Something big is happening, but there's a media blackout. All I can get on the radio is the BBC emergency broadcast." "His name was Chris Sims," I told Sam, who was putting the pasta into the pot. "He was bitten, back in the early days of the outbreak." "Figures," he said. "The way his body has decomposed. I'd say he's been lying there for a long time." There were a few more illegible entries, Then a clearer piece of writing that seemed to have been written a day later, when Chris was at sea. I don't know how I'm going to survive. There's no food on board, but if I go on to dry land, I'll just be attacked by one of those things. I've seen them roaming along the coastline, attacking people. Going ashore is too risky, but if I stay on the boat, I'll starve to death. I don't know why Fiona attacked me and then ran away. Had she been infected with whatever's turning these people into zombies? If so, what does that mean for me? I've been bitten. My hand is starting to turn blue, like a bruise that's spreading over the skin. It's spreading up my arm as well. I need to see a doctor or go to hospital, but there's no chance of that. Not while the entire country's gone mad. Last night, I heard gunfire and saw jets flying over the coast. The army is fighting those things. I just hope they get everything back to normal soon. Getting on this boat might have been a mistake. Water damage had turned the rest of the entry into a burst of blue ink. I turned the page and found a place where the writing emerged from the inky bloom. I'll probably never know. There's nowhere safe to land. Every beach and marina is infested with zombies. My thoughts are jumbled and fleeting. I don't know if that's because of lack of sleep, lack of food, or the infection in my arm. It's spread past my elbow now. Strangely, there's no pain. No pain at all. The rest of the words were obscured, and I couldn't read any more entries until the last one in the journal, that read, I tried to land on the island, but I hit a rock on the way into the cove, and now the hermit is beached. I hardly feel well enough to leave the boat. My entire body aches, and I'm burning up. I can see a natural path that leads to the cliff top, but I hardly have the strength to write these words. Never mind, climb to the top of the cliff. It isn't as if I'm going to find any food here. The island looks deserted. I know I'm going to die here. These are my last words. If anyone reads this, please know that I don't blame my girlfriend, Fiona, for what happened. She couldn't help herself. She was overtaken by this virus, and now it's going to take me too. The rest of the pages were blank. I wondered if he'd walked up that cliff path as a Chris Sims, the man in search of food, or as a zombie in search of human prey. Either way, he'd turned at some point and died. I thought about that and frowned. If he'd turned into a zombie, how had he died? Wouldn't he have roamed the island as an undead zombie forever? Shouldn't we have found him shambling around the woods, and not lying on the ground, overtaken by fungus? Chris turned and then died, I told Sam. He was stirring the pasta sauce. Maybe someone shot him in the head. But who? There's no one here. There's no one here now, but someone might have landed on the island at some point, seen Chris Zombie, and delivered the headshot that killed him, and then left, when there's all this food here, not to mention shelter and warmth. Why would anyone come here and then leave? He shrugged. I don't know, man. People do crazy shit all the time. I closed the journal and thought about Chris's fungus-riddled body lying in the woods. If he'd simply been shot, then why did it look like the fungus had erupted from his chest? We'd shot plenty of zombies, but I'd never seen anything like that before. The fungus was something new and disturbing. Sam finished making the pasta, and we drained it before sharing it out into 10 dishes and adding the sauce. We took it out to the dining area where the others were seated and waiting. Did you find anything in that journal, Alex? Hart asked as everyone started eating. Nothing that explains the fungus. All I know is that his name was Chris Sims, and he came to the island when the apocalypse had just begun. He nodded and said, "We'll need to keep an eye on that fungus, and make sure it doesn't spread." After that, we ate in silence. The only sound was the clattering of cutlery against the dishes, and the gentle tapping of the rain on the window. Everyone was lost in their private thoughts. The pasta and sauce tasted better than any pasta and sauce had the right to taste, and I knew that was simply because I hadn't eaten for a long time. When everyone had eaten their fill, Hart said, "Everyone should get an early night. We've got a big day ahead of us tomorrow." The sky was darkening, not only because of the storm clouds, but also because the sun had dropped to the horizon. It wasn't until I saw the approaching night that I realized how tired I was. It had been a long day. I had no idea what Hart meant about a big day ahead, though. "What's happening tomorrow?" I asked him. "We're flying back to Site Bravo 1. Apocalypse Island. Why? The place is infested with crazy killers. The main building is, yes, but there are resources in the outlying buildings. Resources that we need. You don't think the brigadier and his men will have taken those resources for themselves? Perhaps, perhaps not. Either way, we need to salvage what we can." I looked at the faces around the table. "Does anyone else think this is a bad idea?" "Count me out," Lucy said. "Alex is right. There's nothing on that island except death." "We don't need everyone to go," Hart conceded. "A small team should suffice. But the more people we have who can carry things to the chopper, the faster we can load up whatever we salvage and get out of there." "What kind of resources are we talking about?" Tanya asked. "Weapons, fuel. There's an Oshkosh tanker full of JP-8 parked in the hangar." "JP-8?" I asked. "Fuel for the Chinook," Claudia Larson said. Hart leaned forward on the table. "There's a weapons cache in an off-site bunker. Gordon won't know about that. It's hidden in the woods." "Along with a lot of crazies," Sam said. "Am I the only one who saw what that gas did to everyone in the main building?" "Most of those people will have killed each other," Hart said. "Gordon's bomb is designed to create maximum chaos and destruction. The gas will kill them all in a few days, but I doubt there are many of them left anyway." He spoke with such coldness that I had to remind myself he was talking about colleagues, and probably friends, he'd worked with for years. "So let's wait a few days until the gas kills them all," I suggested. Hart shook his head. "We need those weapons and that fuel. We can't leave them sitting there." "You said the weapons are hidden." "The fuel tanker isn't. There are other vehicles there as well. We can utilize them in our operations on the mainland. Unless you fancy walking among the zombies, we need transport. But we won't have it if we leave those vehicles on that island." I hated to admit it, but he had a point. We were safe here on the island, but we would eventually have to go to the mainland for supplies. Finding random cars and locating their keys wasn't ideal. Having our own vehicles could be the difference between life and death. "Count me in," I said. "We'll sort out the logistics in the morning," Hart said. "For now, everyone needs to get some rest. Tanya and Lucy have assigned everyone quarters, so I suggest we get settled and be ready for an early start in the morning." I still didn't agree with Hart taking command, but getting some rest did seem like the sensible thing to do, so I wasn't about to argue. There was one thing I wanted to get cleared up, though. As I pushed my chair back and stood up, I said, "When you say operations on the mainland, you mean getting supplies, right?" I had the feeling he was including more than just supply runs in that description, and I wanted to know what he had in mind. "Gathering supplies will be part of it," he said. "But our main objective is to stop the brigadier. You don't think we can let an egotistical madman with weapons of mass destruction carry out his plans unopposed, do you? Is it our job to stop him? Surely the army will—" "The army is busy trying to keep the country's infrastructure operational. We have a vested interest in bringing the brigadier down, Alex. He knows who we are, and as far as he's concerned, we stole Patient Zero from him and may still have the body. What he did at Bravo 1 was just a warning. He's going to come after us." "All right," I said with a sigh. I felt weary. "If someone can just point me to my bed, that'd be great." Tanya threw 10 keys onto the table. Each had a leather fob with a yellow number on it. "Take your pick," she said. "The rooms are all identical. We made sure each one has bedding and basic necessities like soap and toothpaste. We found a storeroom with enough stuff in it to keep a hotel running for months," Lucy said. I reached into the pile of keys and picked one up, number 4. Everyone else did the same, and we left the main building. The living quarters were located in a 2-story building on the edge of the clearing. The building was unremarkable inside. Nothing more than a hallway with numbered doors and a set of stairs leading up to the level above. I found room 4, went inside, and turned on the lights. The room in which I stood was like any out of 1,000 rooms belonging to a cheap hotel chain. A door on my right led to a bathroom with a toilet, sink and shower. The bedroom itself was furnished with a double bed, a desk and chair, and a bedside table on each side of the bed. The room was situated in the rear of the building, so the window looked out into the dark woods. That creeped me out, so I pulled the curtains closed. I sat on the bed, feeling the silence of the room weighing on me. On the Big Easy, Lucy and I had shared a cabin and a bed, yet here she'd elected to have her own room. She probably wanted some space. I'd be fine on my own here. I'd lived on my own for most of my adult life, although I'd had distractions like my game console and the internet. Co-op gaming and interacting on various forums had provided a sense of connection to other people. I'd never felt truly alone. What was I saying? There were 9 other people here with me. I wasn't on my own. I'd just become used to having other people around 24/7. When the zombie outbreak began, I spent all of my time with Mike, Elena, and Lucy. Then later, Sam and Tanya had replaced Mike and Elena. I'd become used to the constant company. Chris Sims had spent every moment on his own since the outbreak. He'd sailed off on his own in the Hermit, and had avoided contact with anyone. Then he'd come to this lonely island and died alone. I undressed and got into bed. As I lay there, looking at the ceiling, I decided to keep the lights on tonight. My gaze occasionally shifted to the closed curtains. There was only a pane of glass between me and the dark woods. "Don't creep yourself out, Alex," I told myself, turning onto my side so I couldn't obsess about the window. I was too tired to stay awake for long. I soon drifted into sleep. At some point in the night, I had a nightmare about tendrils of fungus slithering through the woods to my window and pressing themselves against the glass. Chapter 3. I woke up after a bad night's sleep and showered quickly before heading to the main building. The wind and rain had battered the island during the night, but it was the nightmares that had repeatedly woken me up and made getting back to sleep difficult. The storm had passed over the island eventually, and the morning was bright, although a damp chill still hung in the air. I found Lucy in the kitchen, among a pile of boxes that she'd pulled out of the storeroom. She was arranging tins and stacking bags of pasta and flour in the cupboards. "Hey," I said as I walked in. "What are you up to?" "Making myself useful. I'm not going to Apocalypse Island today, so I might as well do something to benefit the group." "You sure you don't want to come?" She wiped sweat from her brow. "I'm positive. I've seen enough death, Alex. After what happened yesterday, I never want to go to that island again." "I understand." I did understand, but I was starting to worry about her. When the outbreak had begun, Lucy had been one of the strong ones. She'd barely flinched in the face of danger. Now she seemed to have lost that spark of courage. "Did you sleep okay?" she asked. I shook my head. "I had nightmares about that fungus zombie." "Me too. It's so weird." "What do you think it is?" "I don't know. It looks like the guy exploded." She wrinkled her nose. "That's pretty gross." "Well, you saw him. His ribs were all over the place." "I've heard enough. I don't want to think about it." She went back to sorting out the cupboards. "Maybe you should join the others. They're in the hangar." "Oh, okay." It sounded like she was trying to get rid of me. I wasn't one to outstay my welcome, so I walked to the door and said, "See you later." "Yeah, see you." She didn't look up from the stack of tins she was arranging. I went outside and walked over the helipad to the hangar. A few pieces of machinery and a green Land Rover occupied the spacious interior of the building, and a smell of fuel and rubber hung in the air. Hart was standing by the wall at the far end of the building. The others gathered around him in a semicircle. "Alex, good of you to join us," he said when he saw me. "We thought that perhaps you preferred sleeping to getting in on the action." "Not me," I said, ignoring his dig. "I'm ready to kick ass." He raised an eyebrow. "If this goes as planned, there won't be any ass to kick. The creatures the bomb created are locked in the main building. As long as they remain in there and we stay outside, there shouldn't be any trouble." I knew he was right, but experience had taught me that if something could go wrong, it probably would. "Fletcher and Waters," he said. "When we get to the island, I want you to take Alex and check the dock. If there are any craft there, sail on a southwesterly bearing from the dock, and that will bring you back here. We need any vehicles we can get, and that includes waterborne craft." "Yes, sir," Caroline Waters and Andy Fletcher said simultaneously. "Reeves and Larson," Hart said, addressing the pilots. "Your job is to get the Chinook refueled, and get any auxiliary fuel containers you can find on board. After you've done that, hook up a vehicle ready for airlift. The rest of us will get the weapons, clothing, and food from the off-site bunker. As soon as we have everything we need, we leave. Any questions?" I raised my hand. "I've got a question. What if we don't find any boats at the dock?" "Then get the hell back to the helicopter. It isn't rocket science." I raised my hand again. Hart sighed. "Yes?" "How will you know if we're on our way back to you, or if we're sailing away from the island?" He held up a walkie-talkie. "They're called radios. They let us speak to each other. You just press this little button on the side. Is that simple enough for you?" I didn't like his sarcastic tone, so I remained quiet. "Right, let's go," he said. We filed out of the hangar and onto the Chinook. As Reeves and Larson went through their pre-flight checks, I looked at the 6 people in the rear of the chopper with me, wondering if all of us would make it back to this island. I shook that thought away and donned my flight helmet. I couldn't entertain ideas like that. I had to focus on the task ahead. We lifted off and flew northeast, cutting through the air no more than a couple of 100 feet above the sea. I sat back and closed my eyes, telling myself that this mission could go without a hitch, that we would all be back at our new base soon, with weapons, clothing and fuel. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't convince myself that was going to happen. I had a bad feeling that I couldn't shake. I wondered if the others felt the same. If they did, they kept it well hidden. Everyone around me seemed cool, calm and collected. Was I the only one who felt on edge? I took a deep breath and let it out slowly. Sam, who was sitting opposite me, leaned forward and said, "You okay, Alex?" I nodded. "Don't worry, dude. Everything's going to be just fine." That confirmed my suspicions. I was the only person in this helicopter who felt scared. It was over an hour later when Apocalypse Island came into view. Hart looked out of the window and then at me. "There's a boat down there, Alex. You won't have to use the walkie-talkie after all." I peered out of my window. A white craft was moored at the dock. "How do we know that's not the Brigadier's boat?" I asked. "That's what you're going to find out," Hart said. Reeves and Larson took the Chinook down. I felt my stomach churn as we started the descent. When we landed on the tarmac outside the Apocalypse Island hangar, I was happy to be on solid ground. We exited the chopper via the rear ramp, and Hart's team took up defensive positions, weapons raised, as they scanned the area. My eyes were drawn to the main building. That was where the carnage had happened. That was where the strain of the virus, created by the Brigadier's scientists, had sent everyone into a murderous rage. The silvered windows were stained dark with blood. "Seems quiet enough," Hart said. "Everyone split up and carry out your assigned tasks." I moved towards the woods with Andy Fletcher and Caroline Waters. There was a path here that would take us down to the docks and the boat that waited there. I kept my eyes on the shadows beneath the trees, wary of movements that might betray the presence of zombies. "You know how to pilot the boat, right, Alex?" Fletcher asked me as we made our way along the path. "I know the basics. My friend taught me." The memory of Mike, showing me how the controls worked on the Big Easy, stung. He hadn't known at the time that I'd be using those skills to survive, long after he himself was dead. "You can drive, while Fletcher and I catch some rays then," Waters said, grinning. I wasn't sure if this friendly banter was their attempt to keep me calm, or if this was their usual style when on a mission. I didn't know them well enough to know how they acted normally. One thing was for sure, though. Waters wouldn't be catching any rays. During our helicopter ride over here, grey clouds had gathered in the sky, and now they were rolling together to form a single dark mass. "Reckon we got the easiest job today," Fletcher said. "A short stroll down to the dock and a sweet boat ride back to the island." "Yeah," Waters agreed. "Today is like a holiday." "Maybe you shouldn't talk like that," I said. They both shot me questioning looks. "Haven't you seen any horror movies?" I said. Fletcher guffawed. "What's that got to do with anything?" "This is how people act when they're walking directly towards the monster. They have a false sense of security, a bravado, that later turns to terror." They both laughed. "This isn't a horror movie, Alex," Waters said. But, even as she said the words, her eyes moved to the trees that surrounded us, as if she expected something to come jumping out from the woods. "Don't let him spook you," Fletcher said. "I'm not. But I do hear something. Do you hear that?" We stopped to listen. I could hear a noise somewhere in the distance. Something was moving through the woods. "Sounds like it's some distance away," Fletcher said. A note of worry had entered his voice. He raised the carbine in his hands, almost imperceptibly. "Let's move," Waters said. We picked up the pace. Fletcher and Waters took the lead, jogging along the path, while I tried to keep up. When my breath began rasping in my throat, it was a stark reminder that I may have lost a few pounds since the apocalypse began, but the results of a lifetime of bad habits still weighed me down. "Keep up, Alex," Fletcher growled, looking over his shoulder at me. "It's getting closer." The distance between me and the two security guards was widening, and I wondered if they'd leave me here. The noise in the woods was getting louder. It sounded as if a large animal was keeping pace with us, just out of sight. But as my brain processed the sound in more detail, I realized that it wasn't a single creature in the woods. I could hear lots of feet moving through the undergrowth. Fletcher brought the walkie-talkie up to his face and said, "Sir, this is Fletcher. We've got a problem. We're not alone out here." When he released the button, I heard Hart say, "We've got problems of our own. Get to that boat and get out of here." I could hear gunfire coming through the walkie-talkie speaker, and then I heard it echoing through the air, from the direction of the buildings. "The building wasn't secure," Waters said. "The building wasn't fucking secure." If she was right, then the noise we could hear in the woods was being made by Apocalypse Island employees, who had been turned into murderous creatures by the brigadier's bioweapon. "We need to get to that boat, now," Fletcher said. He and Waters picked up the pace to a run. There was no way I could keep up with them. If I die here, I thought, Lucy might never know what happened to me. I heard the sharp crack of gunfire ahead. Waters and Fletcher were crouched on the path, firing in opposite directions into the woods. "They're all around us," Fletcher snarled. I still couldn't see anything. I could hear feet crashing through the undergrowth, and a guttural growl that seemed to be emanating from many mouths at once, all around us. But I had no target to shoot at. I reached the other two and crouched on the path, raising my carbine and sighting into the trees. "Where are they? I can't see them." "They're getting closer," Waters said. "How far to the boat?" Fletcher asked, before sending a hail of bullets into the trees. "Less than half a mile," Waters told him. "We're going to have to make a run for it. If we stay here, we'll be overwhelmed. It sounds like there's a lot of them." "Every man for himself?" Waters asked, glancing at me from the corner of her eye. They knew I was the slowest, and that if they waited for me, they could end up dead. Fletcher nodded grimly. "Every man for himself." They both took off along the path like rabbits running from a pack of wolves. I followed, telling myself that if we got out of there alive, I'd have some stern words for Waters and Fletcher when we all got back to base. I knew that wasn't going to happen. Anything I wanted to say to them should have been said while we were crouched on the path. It was too late now. They were gone. Something leapt out of the trees in front of me and paused momentarily on the path, glaring at me with hateful red eyes. It was a bearded man in a white lab coat. His eyes were bloodshot, his face twisted into a hateful snarl. Blood and bits of flesh covered his face and beard. He roared and ran at me. I pulled the carbine's trigger, and a burst of bullets tore through him. He collapsed onto the path and lay there, dead. I ran. Up ahead, more gunfire cracked through the air. I heard a scream and knew it was Fletcher. More gunfire. Another scream. Waters. Tears stung my eyes and streamed down my cheeks as I ran. This was it. I'd survived the apocalypse this long, just to be killed on an island by a bunch of feral government employees. I saw movement on the path ahead. Bulky shapes. I came to a halt when I saw Fletcher's and Waters' bodies being dragged into the woods. 3 of the wild creatures, they could no longer be referred to as human, ripped at the security guards' clothing and flesh, even as they were being dragged away. I fought the urge to vomit and slipped off the path. When I was under the cover of the trees, I listened to the sounds around me. More of them were moving through the undergrowth. Were they looking for me? Did they know where I was? I didn't think I'd make it to the boat before being ripped apart, but I had to try. I moved as quietly as I could, but my heart was hammering so hard that I was sure they'd be able to hear it. Were they hunting me as a group? As far as I knew, the brigadier's gas was supposed to make them kill each other, and that was what I'd seen with my own eyes when the people in the building had first become infected. So why were they now working together? I didn't have the time or inclination to answer that question right now. I had to try and get to the dock. I crouched as I moved, staying low and in the shadows. I could hear the creatures all around me, but they'd stopped running now. Perhaps they were watching me and had slowed their pace to match mine, following me through the trees, hunting me, with the calm assurance that I had no chance of escape. If Fletcher and Waters had been like rabbits fleeing wolves, then I was like a mouse, going to ground and hoping the predators wouldn't see me, but still just as likely to be torn apart. In my mind, I tried to formulate a map of this part of the island and pinpoint where I was in relation to the dock. Waters had said it was less than half a mile away, but without the path to guide me, I couldn't be sure I was going in the right direction. I stumbled blindly through the woods for a few minutes, avoiding the locations where I heard feet brushing through the undergrowth, and staying still and silent when those noises came too close. I didn't see any more of the creatures, but I heard them all around me. When I finally saw a break in the trees, I didn't see the dock beyond it, as I'd hoped, but a cliff edge and the grey sea below. Maybe I'd be able to see the dock from the top of the cliff and get my bearings. I crept out beyond the trees and into the long grass that topped the cliff. I could see the dock to my right, perhaps a quarter of a mile away, and far below where I stood. If I followed the cliff in that direction, I wouldn't have to worry about getting lost. But I'd also lose the cover of the trees. I'd be exposed out here. Also, I was going to have to move inland at some point, because the dock had been built in a cove, and the only way to get down there was to follow the natural slope that led to it from further inland. That was where the path cut through the woods. The cliffs on either side of the cove were sheer and vertical. I wouldn't be able to climb from the top down to the dock. For now, though, I decided to stay on the cliff top. Just the sight of the dock and the bright white boat moored there was enough to lift my spirits. I moved as quickly as I could along the cliff top, listening for any sounds from the woods that would mean I was being stalked. But now that I was out in the open, it was hard to hear anything over the gusting wind and the rush of the sea as it crashed onto the rocks below. So I was surprised when I saw sudden movement at the edge of the woods and saw a line of figures standing there. They'd tracked me here, or they'd seen me walking on the cliff top, silhouetted against the sky. Either way, they knew where I was and they were here to kill me. They stood along the border of the trees, staring at me with their red, glaring eyes. Men and women, dressed in everything from white lab coats to camo jackets to street clothes. They stood and stared at me. Some of them were covered with fresh blood and pieces of flesh that I knew had once been my 2 companions. I raised my weapon. I didn't have enough ammo to take them all out, but I wasn't going down without a fight. A dark shape lifted into the sky from the interior of the island, catching my attention. It was the Chinook. It rose into the sky and headed southwest, staying below the storm clouds. At least some of the others had survived. Were Sam and Tanya on that chopper? or where their bodies scattered over the island, along with Fletchers and Waters. The sight of the departing Chinook filled me with the realization that the only way I was getting off the island was on the boat that was currently tied up at the dock. Of course, the way things looked right now, I wasn't getting off the island at all. The creatures waited, as if for some unseen signal. Were they communicating in some way? I had no way of knowing. They all rushed forward at the same time, snarling and gnashing their teeth. I raised the carbine and squeezed the trigger, arcing the muzzle of the weapon from left to right as the bullets burst from it. These creatures weren't like zombies. It didn't require a headshot to take them down. They were simply people infected with a rage virus. A shot to the heart or a major artery would drop them. Some of them went down, but for every one that fell, 2 more took its place, emerging from the shadowy woods, intent on my destruction. The ones that were still on their feet were closer now, too close. I kept firing until the gun simply clicked. My ammo was spent. I was a goner. A creature that had once been a security guard, judging by its military clothing, leapt at me and tried to bite into my neck. I used the gun barrel to keep it away from my flesh, but its momentum drove me backwards and I lost my footing. I was suddenly falling, with the creature still trying to bite into me. Together, we tumbled off the top of the cliff, struggling against each other as we fell towards the rocks and the sea. At least this death would be better than being ripped apart by those things on the cliff top, I reasoned. My head would probably be bashed on a rock, and that would be it. Game over. A loud rushing sound filled my being as I hit the water. The creature let go of me, but now the weight of the water pushed me down. I kicked my legs and cut through the water with my arms, struggling to get to the surface. The sea was in constant motion, driving me towards the rocks 1 minute and pulling me out into deeper water the next. My lungs burned and begged to be filled with air. I kicked harder, fighting the current, trying to break the surface. When my face finally broke from the water, I gasped in a lungful of air before a wave crashed over me, pushing me into the rocks at the base of the cliff. I clung to the rock and scrambled up it, taking in more air and coughing salty water out of my throat. I had no idea what had happened to the creature that had fallen from the cliff with me. I hoped it had drowned and wasn't lurking somewhere beneath the surface, waiting to pull me under. The creatures at the top of the cliff simply stood there looking down at me with their red eyes. I was out of their reach for now. That would change when I got to the dock. I set off in that direction, fighting the undulations of the sea until I learned the rhythm, adapted, and my movements to it. It took me half an hour to circumnavigate the cliffs until I was finally swimming in the cold water of the cove where the dock and the boat waited. I couldn't see any creatures hanging around, so I made my way directly to the small beach and emerged from the water. My drenched clothes felt cold against my skin. As I lumbered onto the dock, I realized I'd lost the carbine during the fall from the cliff. I was unarmed. Not that an empty gun would have done me any good anyway. The boat looked similar to the Big Easy. I was sure it was the same size. The name on the side said Verity. I untied the ropes and jumped aboard, anxious to be far away from this place. I climbed the ladder to the bridge and exhaled a sigh of relief when I saw the keys were in the ignition. I turned the key and grinned when I heard the familiar rumble of the engine. Moving the gear shift out of neutral, I guided Verity away from the dock and out into deeper water. Now I just had to sail the boat on a southwesterly bearing and I'd get back to base. "Don't move," a voice said from behind me. Shocked, I turned to face a young woman with long dark hair. She was short and wore glasses, along with a Star Wars t-shirt beneath an open, dark blue cardigan. She held a pistol in both hands. It was pointed at me. She was trembling, and the movement transferred itself to the weapon. "Hey," I said, holding my hands up to show her I was no threat. "There's no need for that. What's your name?" "Becca," she said. Her eyes held a look of fear. "I'm Alex. Don't worry, Becca, you're safe now." "But you're not," she whispered. I frowned at her, confused. "What?" A male voice shouted up from the aft deck. "Bring him down here, Becca." She gestured with the gun. "You'd better come down." "All right." I followed her down the ladder to the deck. 2 young men, one fair-haired, one dark, both of them slim and muscular and wearing cargo pants and white T-shirts, stood there. Like Becca, they were armed with pistols. "I'm Alex," I told them. "We don't care who the fuck you are," the fair-haired one said. "Can you drive this boat?" I didn't correct him by telling him the proper word was pilot. Instead, I simply nodded. "Get us to the mainland. Now." He waved the gun at me to emphasize his words. "Listen," I said. "There's an island not far from here. It's safe. We can go there and—" "Are you deaf or something? I'm in charge here." "But the mainland is dangerous. It's full of zombies. I'm telling you, you're better off—" "Shut up. There's something we need to do. We're going to the mainland, and you're coming with us." Chapter 4. I had questions. Lots of questions. But I didn't think this was the time to ask them. I climbed back up to the bridge and considered my options. The simple fact of the matter was that the 3 other people aboard this boat were armed, and I was not. I had no idea who they were, or how they got here, but those questions were secondary at the moment. My immediate concern was staying alive. I considered simply piloting Verity southwest and getting to the island that had offered us sanctuary the last couple of days. I desperately wanted to know what had happened to the others after Fletcher, Waters and I left them. Until I saw them again, I wouldn't know which of them had survived. I didn't know if my friends were dead or alive. If I sailed in that direction, though, it would become clear to the others on this boat that I wasn't taking them where they wanted to go. The girl, Becca, hadn't seemed too aggressive, but the fair-haired young man seemed more than willing to use that pistol he liked to wave around. If I took them to the mainland, like they wanted, would they simply thank me and be on their way, leaving me to sail away and find my friends? Somehow I doubted it. If there was one thing I'd learned since all this began, it's that when the shit hits the fan, it brings out the worst in people. When society crumbles, it's the mean sons of bitches who tend to thrive. I reasoned that the best thing for me to do was take them to the mainland. I'd deal with the rest as it played out. "Oi, let's get moving," the fair-haired lad shouted. "Right," I whispered to myself through gritted teeth. "Let's do this." I manoeuvred Verity so she was facing east, and set off on that bearing. I kept her at a low speed. I was in no rush to find out what those 3 planned to do with me once they reached the shore. It began to rain, big, heavy droplets bouncing off the roof of the bridge and smearing the windscreen. I put the wipers on and sat back on the pilot's seat. Despite the circumstances, it felt good to be on a boat again. A bright bolt of lightning flashed in the distance, reaching down to the sea like a glowing tendril. Thunder boomed. The rainfall increased, and a cold wind seemed to come out of nowhere, making the sea choppy. I tried to relax into the seat as the boat rolled on the waves. I swiveled around and looked down at the aft deck. My captors had gone inside. Even they weren't crazy enough to be out on deck in this storm. At least while they were inside, they weren't waving guns in my face. I needed to arm myself to level the playing field. Being unarmed in the face of danger made me feel helpless. I opened the small wooden box where the boat's flare gun was kept and considered the gun's suitability as a weapon. It was no match for a pistol, but there was no doubt it could kill someone. I had no way of concealing it in my wet clothing, though. A large wave washed over the deck, and Verity tipped precariously to the starboard side before righting herself. I braced myself against the wall with one hand, and used my other to adjust the boat's orientation in the water, so that the waves weren't hitting us directly from the side. Capsizing out here would be fatal. The intercom crackled, and her voice said, "What the hell are you trying to do? Sink us?" "I can't control the weather," I said. "We shouldn't be out in this storm." "Just shut up and drive." The intercom clicked as he turned it off. So he'd contacted me just to have a go at me. Maybe I should take the flare gun down there and pay him a visit. Get this over with. No, I had to bide my time. I felt so cold at the moment that I couldn't go down there and kick ass even if I wanted to. The wet clothes were draining my body heat, and the wind was chilling my bones. I was shivering, my teeth chattering. If I didn't warm up soon, I'd be in no condition to pilot this boat to the mainland. I decided the 3 people below decks couldn't afford to lose me, so they were going to have to make sure I was comfortable while I acted as their waterborne chauffeur. I pressed the button on the intercom. The reply was a single word. "What?" "I'm going to need a blanket or some dry clothes," I said between chattering teeth. "Fuck off." The intercom clicked. I pressed the button again. No reply. I pressed it again repeatedly until an angry voice said, "I told you to—" "Listen," I said. "If I die of hypothermia up here, there'll be no one to pilot the boat and you'll end up adrift at sea. I don't rate your chances of survival, especially in this storm. And even when it's passed over, you'll be lost in a vast expanse of water." There was a pause. I expected to hear the click of the intercom being turned off again. After a long silence, he relented. "All right, I'll see what I can do." "Thank you," I said, although he didn't deserve the politeness. I clicked the intercom off. 5 minutes later, Becca appeared at the doorway. She came inside. In one hand, she had a pile of clothes and an orange blanket. In the other, she held the pistol. "Don't try anything stupid." She threw the clothes and the blanket onto the console in front of me. "I just want to get warm," I said. "Not long ago, I was in the sea." "I know. We saw you fall off that cliff." "I didn't fall. I was pushed." She shrugged. "Whatever." "So what were you doing on this boat?" I asked casually, peeling off my wet clothes. She hesitated. "It's not some kind of secret, is it?" I asked. Do you mind turning around while I get changed?" "I'm not stupid." She waved the gun slightly. Or was her hand still shaking? I couldn't tell. "Okay, fine." I turned my back on her and quickly changed into the dry clothes and draped the blanket over my shoulders. I was starting to warm up already. "It's no secret why we were on the boat," she said. "We were hiding." Good plan. The zombies on that island were crazy. I didn't want to give too much away about Apocalypse Island. I had no idea how much she knew about the secret government facility. "The whole world's gone crazy," she said. "Yeah, you're right about that." "So, if neither you nor the 2 blokes downstairs know how to pilot a boat, how did you get to the island?" "Felts took us there." "Felts?" "Graham Felton. He's my brother's mate. He had a fishing boat. When the craziness started, he took me, my brother and Tim out on the boat. Said the water is the safest place to be. So that's your brother down below? She nodded. Yes, my brother, Rob, is the one who was waving his gun in your face. The other guy is Tim. What happened to Feltz? He's dead. Zombies? No. Drugs. Oh. I hadn't been expecting that. In a world populated by biting zombies, killer hybrids, and a spine-ripping patient zero, it was easy to forget that people died of other causes as well. They're druggies, all of them. Feltz, my brother, and Tim. We escaped the zombie apocalypse in what was basically a floating drugs den. They spent most of the time high as kites. And you? She shook her head. I don't touch it. I saw what it did to Rob. That was enough to put anybody off taking that shit. So, Feltz overdosed? Yeah. We found him dead in his bunk yesterday morning. Rob and Tim got paranoid that he was going to turn into a zombie, although I had no idea why. He hadn't been bitten. In their paranoia, they threw his body over the side. We drifted all day and night. I was worried sick that we were going to die. The boys decided to get high. And then you found this island, I guessed. I saw it this morning, in the distance from where we were drifting. We didn't know how to pilot the fishing boat, but there was a small rowboat, and we got into that. I didn't hold out much hope that we'd be able to survive on the island for long, but it was either that or float aimlessly on the sea until we died. So you rowed here. We managed to make our way to the island, despite the boys bickering and fighting. When we saw those people running around in the woods like wild animals, we hid in this boat. And the guns. I nodded at the pistol in her hand. We found them on the boat. So they probably had no idea how to use the weapons. Why do they want to get back to the mainland? I asked. I know it's a safe place, yet your brother didn't even want to listen. She sighed. Rob and Tim are in a bad way. Feltz was their friend, and his death has hit them hard, even if they won't admit it. On top of that, they've run out of drugs. Rob thinks that if they can get to Gilly's farm, they can replenish their stash. Gilly's farm? Where's that? It's not really a farm. Not a working one anyway. It's a farmhouse owned by Gilly, Pete Gilman, and his crew. Gilly is a drug dealer. Rob and Tim reckon the house is packed to the rafters with drugs. And what do you think? I think they're crazy. I wish I'd chosen a different escape plan when the shit hit the fan. Even if I'd been turned into a zombie, at least I wouldn't be in this mess. You shouldn't think like that, I said. At least you're alive. Sure, I'm alive, but what about my parents? My friends? I'll never know what happened to them. Never be able to say goodbye properly. At least if I was a zombie, I wouldn't feel the pain of their loss. The gun wavered in her hand, and she finally dropped it to her side as tears welled in her eyes and rolled down her cheeks. I can't take much more of those two. All they care about is getting high all the time. Listen, I said, lowering my voice. I can get us to safety. It's an island with food and water, and people who are working together to survive. We can... The intercom crackled. Becca, what are you doing? You were only supposed to give him the clothes and leave. Get down here, now! I've got to go, she said, moving to the doorway. Wait, listen to me. But she was gone. Chapter 5. When the coast came into view, a thin grey line blurred the rain and mist. I throttled down. I was going to have to search for a suitable place to dock the boat. At least I was warmer now. The black cargo pants and T-shirt Becca had brought up to me were barely enough clothing for a day like today, but they were better than the sodden clothes I'd been wearing when I'd been pushed into the sea. And the cargo pants, with their deep pockets, were useful in other ways. I opened the box on the wall and took out the flare gun, stashing it in the waistband. The 3 flares were distributed to various pockets. I didn't load the gun. Carrying a loaded flare gun in the waistband of my trousers was a risk I wasn't willing to take. The coastline in this area consisted of craggy cliffs and rocky shores. Verity would end up with a hole in her hull if I took her in too close. I decided to sail south and look for a better place to land. The intercom burst into life. "Oi! What are you doing?" "Finding a place where you can go ashore." I used you instead of we, because I wanted to get it into Rob's head right now that I had no intention of travelling inland to some drugs den. Once they were ashore, they didn't need me any more. I could take Verity back out to sea and look for the island where my friends were waiting. Except they wouldn't be waiting. Not for me, anyway. They probably thought I was dead, along with Fletcher and Waters. And how many of their party had survived the excursion to Apocalypse Island? Who had they left behind? Not knowing was killing me. The sudden appearance of Rob's face in the doorway startled me. "Get us to the shore," he said. "Now." "I can't take the boat too close to the shore here," I explained. "There are rocks everywhere. You see those ones sticking up out of the sea? There will be more underwater. They'll tear the boat apart." He glared at me. His eyes were bloodshot, his breathing ragged. "I need to get on land right now. I'll get you there once I find a place to—" He lurched forward, grabbed the wheel, and turned it towards the coast. I fought him off and corrected our course. He stepped back and pointed the pistol at my head. His voice was calm when he said, "Land this boat right now, or I'll put a fucking hole in your skull." I looked at the rocks, then back at him. "Listen, Rob. It is Rob, isn't it? I see Becca's been shooting her gob off. Rob, I will happily dock the boat and let you off when it's safe to do so. You don't want to sustain an injury out here, do you? Before you get to wherever you're going. No need to get Becca in more trouble. Did you not hear me? Land this boat now." The gun wavered in his hand, but I didn't think that was because of fear or nervousness. I assumed it was a side effect of his drug withdrawal. He'd have no qualms about using the gun. I could see that from the hard look in his eyes. I sighed. All right, all right. I examined the coastline. The best bet for a relatively safe landing was a small pebbly beach. Beyond the beach, a grassy incline led inland. I could see rocks sticking up out of the waves and knew there would be more unseen hazards beneath the surface. Taking into account the rocks and the rolling waves that battered Verity, I had no doubt we were going to crash if I attempted that landing. I also had no doubt that Rob would kill me if I didn't. Gritting my teeth, I steered Verity towards the shore. The waves were now coming from directly behind the boat, driving the craft forward into danger. I slammed the engines into reverse, trying to counter the power of the sea, knowing I was playing a losing game. The cliffs loomed above the boat, their jagged edges silhouetted against the dark, stormy sky. Rain hammered down onto the boat, and the waves washed over the deck. "We're not going to make it to the beach in one piece," I told Rob. "We're going to have to abandon ship. Tell the others." "Don't tell me what to do. I'm in charge here. Got it?" It seemed to me that Mother Nature was in charge, but I didn't say anything. I only hoped Becca and Tim made their way up from below decks in time to get off this boat when we hit a rock. I fought the wheel, trying to guide Verity between the rocks and find a clear path to the shore. It was never going to happen. The boat juddered, and a low rumbling came from her bowels. Even though the waves still battered the stern, Verity wasn't being pushed forward anymore. She was grounded. "We've hit a rock," I said. "We're stuck. We need to get off before she sinks." He threw his arms up in frustration. "I thought you could drive this thing. I told you we needed to find somewhere safe to land." He left the bridge and went down to the aft deck. I heard him talking to the others. As Becca and Tim appeared on the deck, Rob said, "We're going to have to swim for it." "What about Alex?" Becca asked. "He's going to have to swim as well, isn't he? He crashed the bloody boat." "Doesn't look too far," Tim said, leaning over the side of the boat. "Fuck it, I'm going for it. See you later, losers." He jumped over the safety rail and into the water. He started front crawling to shore. "Come on," Rob said to Becca. "The sooner we get this over with, the sooner we get to Gillies." "I can't swim very well," she said. Worry edged her voice. "Don't be a baby. You either swim or go down with the ship. Up to you." He vaulted the rail and splashed into the sea. I climbed down to the deck. Becca was peering over the side at the large waves, trying to psych herself up. Verity listed slightly to one side, and she was definitely sitting lower in the water. In a few minutes, she'd be totally submerged. The girl on the deck didn't have a choice. I found a yellow life jacket in the storage area under one of the seats and gave it to her. "Thanks," she said, putting it on. Her hands were shaking, and not just from the cold. "It'll be fine," I told her. "There's nothing to worry about." I put a life jacket on as well. No need to take any chances. If the waves pummeled me into a rock, I didn't want to black out and drown. At least a life jacket would keep me afloat. The boat was even lower in the water now. The deck was awash, and I knew we didn't have much time. "Ready?" I said to Becca. She gazed at the sea, bit her lip, and nodded. "Okay, let's go." She grabbed my hand. "We'll do it together," I said. "Just climb over the rail, and we'll swim to shore together, okay?" She nodded. We climbed over the safety rail and dropped into the sea. The water was cold and in constant motion, crashing against the rocks that seemed to be all around us. I reached out, took Becca's hand, and kicked my legs, telling her to do the same. The life jackets kept us afloat, on our backs. All we could do was kick until we reached the shore. It wasn't as fast as swimming, but we'd get there eventually. A low groan came from Verity as she listed further in the water. Rob had wasted a perfectly good boat just because he couldn't wait a few minutes to find a safe landing. Now I was stuck on the mainland with no immediate means of escape. At least I would be once I reached the mainland. I looked over my shoulder. Still some way to go before we hit the shore. "How are you doing?" I asked Becca. "Okay," she said, her teeth chattering. "Thanks for staying with me." "No problem." We rode the waves for a few more minutes, kicking our legs to get closer to shore. When I looked over my shoulder again, I saw Rob and Tim standing on the beach, shaking themselves off like wet dogs. "What does your brother plan to do once he has his drugs? Stay at the farm?" "No, he can't do that. Gilly locked the place down as soon as the apocalypse started. He won't let anyone in or out. All the business is done at the gate. The place is like a fortress, apparently. Rob went there just before we took the fishing boat out. That's where they got their stash from. So, once they've gone back for more, What then? If they didn't have a plan to get to safety, they wouldn't last long on the mainland. She sighed. I suppose we'll get another boat. You don't sound too keen on that idea. Looking after two druggies wasn't how I'd planned to spend the rest of my days. So why not leave them to it? Make your own way. They're both adults. I know. But even though Rob's my older brother, I feel responsible for him. He can't look after himself. He'd forget to eat, waste away into nothing. It's the drugs. They addle his mind. I wanted to tell her that, now we were on the mainland, there were going to be much bigger problems than forgetting to eat, but I kept my mouth shut. I had no idea why she felt she had to look after her brother, when he obviously treated her like shit. Maybe there was a touch of Stockholm Syndrome involved. After all, Becca had been cooped up in a small fishing boat with Rob and Tim for God knew how long. It must have been like a floating prison cell. When we got closer to land, I put my feet down and touched the bottom. I stood up, and Becca did the same. We waded to the shore. The waves knocked us over a few times, but we made it in one piece. I looked back out to sea where the boat had been. Verity was gone, lost beneath the waves. Glad you could join us, Rob said sarcastically as we walked up the beach. I ignored him. I'd known 100 Robs in my lifetime, and they were all the same, bullies, whose only goal was to belittle others. We stood there in the pouring rain on the beach, all of us soaked to the skin, and I wondered if, after all the effort I'd put into surviving, these were the people I was going to die with. It didn't seem right that I might end up getting killed because a junkie dragged me into danger, simply so he could fuel his drug habit. Or because he deemed me surplus to requirements and shot me dead on this beach. What's the plan? Tim said to Rob. We're going to Gillies. I mean, what are we going to do with him? Tim pointed at me. Rob looked at me and pursed his lips, as if contemplating my fate. Fat boy is coming with us. His name's Alex, Becca said. Well, I'm going to call him Fat Boy, and the only reason I'm taking him with us is because he's how I'm going to pay Gilly for the gear. She frowned at her brother. What are you talking about? Well, I haven't got any money, have I? And Gilly probably doesn't want money at the moment anyway, considering the banks and shops are all closed. But what he does need is people to work on the farm. So I'm going to give him Fat Boy. He chuckled. Don't worry, he said to me. Working on Gilly's farm will soon get you into shape. I didn't say anything. I was going to have to attempt an escape somewhere between here and the farm. If that involved taking out Rob and Tim, I was fine with that. We need to get a car, Rob said, walking toward the incline that led from the beach. Look out for zombies. Becca and I fell in behind Rob and Tim. She was looking around, scanning the area with a frightened look in her eyes. There won't be any zombies, I told her. How can you know that? It's raining, I said. They don't come out in the rain. Her expression told me she didn't know if I was joking. It's true, I said. The virus, or whatever it is, tries to keep the host body intact for as long as possible, so it avoids things that would cause faster decomposition, like water. I suppose that sounds plausible. A zombie's body is nothing more than a shuffling piece of meat after all. It must decay eventually. I nodded. They take shelter during the rain. We won't encounter any zombies as long as the rain is falling. Well, that's comforting at least, she said. From up ahead, I heard Rob shout out, Aha! Come here, you beauty! and begin running up the grassy incline that led inland. Tim followed him. As we got closer, I saw what had attracted his attention, a silver Audi A6. Rob tried the driver's door and it opened. He leaned inside for a second and then looked over the car roof at Tim, grinning from ear to ear. "Keys are in it!" Tim punched the air. "Yes! Gilly, here we come!" They both got into the car, and for a moment I thought they'd forgotten about Becca and me, and were going to drive off, leaving us here. The car's engine started and revved up, as Rob pressed on the accelerator over and over. But he didn't drive off. Pity. It would have been better if he'd gone on his quest for drugs without us. Then Becca and I could have searched for a boat and got the hell off the mainland before the rain stopped. But that wasn't to be. Tim poked his head out of the car window, looking back at us. "Come on! We've got places to be!" Becca sighed. "I'm sorry you got involved in all this." "Don't worry about it." The truth, though, was that I was worried. The boys planned to drive us to wherever this farm was, but the farther we travelled from the coast, the more danger we would be in. We reached the car and climbed into the back seat. Tim turned around in his seat and pointed his gun at me. "Don't even think about trying any funny stuff, fat boy." I said nothing and fastened my seatbelt. Rob was playing around with the car's sat-nav. He seemed to find what he was looking for, and the computer worked out the route. When it had completed its calculations, a female voice said, "Destination in 83 miles. "Right, let's go," Rob said, releasing the handbrake. We drove along a narrow road that was bordered with overgrown fields. In the distance, I could see a caravan park. The white caravans reflected the dull sunlight. Rain drummed on the roof of the car. Tim found the heater control and turned it up to maximum. The vents hissed hot air into the enclosed space. The windows began to steam up. I looked over at Becca. Her gaze was fixed on the countryside beyond the window, her expression unreadable. She was shivering. Rob and Tim were like two children on their way to Disneyland. They'd removed their T-shirts, revealing scrawny, tattooed torsos, and were literally bouncing in their seats with excitement. I looked over at Becca again and realized she didn't have her gun. She'd probably lost it in the sea, although, now that I thought about it, she hadn't been holding the gun when she'd been on Verity's deck, putting the life jacket on. She probably wasn't concerned about leaving the weapon behind, but I was sure Rob would be mad about it when he found out. Sitting in a hot car after recently being submersed in freezing cold water made me feel nauseous. Pins and needles prickled along my skin. My core temperature had been lowered by the cold sea, but now my body was being blasted with hot, dusty air. I shivered and clenched my teeth together to stop them chattering. That just seemed to make my head and neck tremble. We reached a main road, and, following the sat-nav's instructions, Rob turned onto it, taking us south. Abandoned vehicles sat at the side of the road, some with their doors open, others closed. I thought I saw movement inside some of the cars as we drove past them. Maybe I was just imagining it. Rob had his foot down, and we were speeding along the road at 80 miles an hour. Any thoughts I had of escape were going to have to wait for now. I couldn't jump from the car at this speed, and intentionally causing an accident wasn't an option, unless I wanted to get everyone killed. I had to bide my time. Tim fiddled with some dials on the dash and found survivor radio. Duran Duran's Hungry Like the Wolf blasted out of the speakers. Tim tried to sing along, but it soon became obvious that he didn't know the words. Rob joined in on the chorus. Becca looked over at me and rolled her eyes, then went back to staring out of the window. There was nothing else I could do, so I closed my eyes, folded my arms, and focused on the music. At least it distracted me from the pins and needles that made my skin feel itchy. I must have dozed off, or fallen into an exhausted sleep, because the next thing I knew, I was being awoken by the sat-nav's female voice. Destination 200 yards ahead. Shit! My eyes sprang open, and my attention darted around the interior of the car, trying to focus. How the hell had I fallen asleep in this situation? Rob and Tim were still shirtless in the front seats, although they weren't bouncing around now, and seemed to have adopted a more serious attitude. Becca was still looking out of the window. Whitesnake's "Here I Go Again" was coming out of the speakers, although the volume had been turned down at some point since I'd fallen asleep. "Here we are, fuckers," Rob said from the driver's seat. Through the windscreen, I could see what could only be described as a fortress, fashioned from panels of corrugated metal. The walls were at least 20 feet high and looked sturdy. The only break in the unending metal wall was a tall gate made from tall wrought iron bars. That was closed. Rob killed the engine and got out of the car. Tim also got out and ran over to the gate, shouting, "Gilly! Gilly! Open up!" I got out of the car and looked around. The fortress stood on a few hundred acres of farmland that was overgrown and empty of life. The farm was enclosed by tall trees that formed a forest. I took in a breath of cold air and let it out in a long sigh. We were here. Gilly's farm. Chapter 6. A cold wind blew across the farm. It whistled along the corrugated metal that made up the high walls of the fortress. The rain, driven by the wind, pinged off the metal, creating a cacophony of sound. I stood by the car with Becca, while Rob and Tim called through the padlocked gate to get the drug dealer's attention. Could Gilly and his crew have left? I asked Becca. I don't think so. Gilly locked the farm down the day it became clear that the world was going to shit. He had no intention of going anywhere. He's paranoid and xenophobic, so he wouldn't leave a secure place like this. Still, the boys at the gate weren't getting any joy. After 5 minutes of calling and shaking the wrought iron gate, Rob and Tim looked at each other with disappointed expressions, and then sauntered back to the car. "Something's wrong," Rob said. "He always has a man posted at the gate. There's no one there. I can't see anybody in there at all." "Maybe he left," I said, telling him the same thing I'd just told his sister. "Gilly wouldn't leave," Rob said, his tone implying I was stupid even to suggest such a thing. "He never left this place before all the zombie shit happened. There's no way he'd leave now." He went around to the Audi's boot and brought out a tire iron. "What are you doing, Rob?" Becca asked, worry creeping into her voice. "I'm going to go in there and find out what's happened." He marched back to the gate and began striking the padlock with the tire iron. As metal struck metal, clanging sounds reverberated through the air. If anyone was in the farmhouse, they'd definitely hear it. Still, no one came to see what the commotion was. I walked over to the gate. Through the gaps between the iron rails, I could see an old stone 2-level farmhouse. There were other buildings within the walls as well, a stable block and a barn, but no signs of life anywhere. I was certain that Gilly and his crew had left. Rob and Becca seemed to believe this was unthinkable. But if a horde of zombies had descended on this place, leaving might have been Gilly's only option. But if he'd fled, then why was the gate padlocked? Would he lock it behind him as he left? That seemed unlikely. And if zombies had come this way, they wouldn't have been able to penetrate the corrugated walls. I looked for signs of zombie activity, scratches on the metal, footprints in the mud, but could see nothing that indicated the living dead had visited this place. Rob managed to break the padlock. It fell to the ground, and the gate swung inwards, allowing access to the farmhouse beyond the metal walls. Raising his pistol, Rob entered the muddy space in front of the house. Tim stuck close to him, his own weapon at the ready. "I don't like this," Becca whispered. "Something feels wrong." I nodded. An eerie atmosphere hung over the farm. It felt like the house was waiting for us in the same way a hungry spider waited for unwary insects to fly into its web. Rob and Tim seemed oblivious. They strode up to the front door of the farmhouse and knocked on it. "Gilly," Rob called. "Time to wake up." "He obviously isn't in there," I said. "Shut up, fat boy." He returned his attention to the door, rapping on it with his knuckles. "Gilly! Come on, man!" "Maybe it's open," Tim said, turning the handle. The door opened, swinging inwards. Both boys stepped back. Tim covered his nose with his bare forearm. "Jesus! What's that smell?" Rob shook his head, grimacing. "I don't know. Smells like something died in there." "Get back," I told them. "There are probably zombies in there." Becca and I were standing just inside the gate, both of us unwilling to get any closer to the house. I braced myself to run, feeling vulnerable without a weapon. If anything came rushing out of that house, I was just going to have to pray that Rob or Tim shot it. Nothing came out of the house except for foul air. It drifted out through the open doorway, and, when it hit my nostrils, I gagged. It reeked of rotten vegetables and meat. There was no doubt about it. There was something dead inside the house. Rob and Tim had retreated from the doorway and stood looking at it. Beyond the doorframe, the house was in darkness. "I don't think he's in there," Tim said. "If he is, he must be dead." Rob looked down at the ground, crestfallen for a moment. Then he lifted his head and returned his attention to the house. "Wait a minute. If Gilly's dead, the drugs might still be in the house, there for the taking." Tim grinned. "Oh my God, you're right. We can get all we want for free." Rob laughed and addressed the darkness beyond the doorway. "Sorry you're dead, Gilly, but we're taking your stash." Tim laughed as well. Then his face became serious. "We're going to have to find a way to get in there without the smell making us sick, Rob. I feel like puking." "Yeah," Rob said, nodding. "Maybe if we hold our breath." "Rob, don't be stupid," Becca warned. "You don't know what's in there." He turned to her and shook his head at her, as if she were an idiot. "If there was anything in there, it would have come out already." "Not necessarily," she said. "It could be waiting." He guffawed. "Yeah, right." He turned to Tim. "Come on, mate. Let's find that stash." Tim nodded, and together they entered the house, disappearing into the darkness beyond the doorway. Becca turned to me with worry in her eyes. "We can't just let them go in there alone." She walked to the doorway and peered in, burying her nose in the crook of her elbow. This was my chance to escape. The Audi was sitting just beyond the gate, keys in the ignition. I could leave Becca, Tim and Rob here and simply drive away. By the time they realised what I was doing, I'd be long gone. But something kept me rooted to the spot. I didn't care what happened to the boys, but Becca was innocent. She'd been dragged along by them since this madness had started, and now, if that house wasn't empty, she was about to get killed. Or Rob and Tim would be killed, leaving her alone. If I left now, and something in that house killed the boys, Becca would be on her own out here in the middle of nowhere. I couldn't do it. I couldn't abandon her. I picked up the tire iron that Rob had discarded by the gate and ran over to the doorway. She was reaching inside, into the house. "There's a light switch," she whispered. "The electric might be working." The infrastructure of the country was being held together by the military. In some places, they'd managed to keep utilities, gas, water, electricity, working. In others, they hadn't. A dim, bare light bulb flickered into life, revealing a hallway that led to a kitchen at the back of the house. A doorway on the right opened into a living room that was furnished with nothing more than empty cardboard boxes and a coffee table. A staircase, covered in threadbare blue carpet, ascended to the first floor. Rob and Tim were in the kitchen, rifling through drawers and cupboards. The stench of rotten vegetation and meat was overwhelming. I tasted bile in the back of my throat and swallowed it down, trying not to vomit. "I don't believe this," Rob said, pushing past us and going upstairs. "There's nothing here." Tim followed him up the stairs. I heard them stomp onto the landing. Then Rob's voice came floating down to us. "Holy fuck, what's this?" "I don't know, man," Tim said. Becca and I looked at each other for a moment before ascending the stairs. Our curiosity had been piqued. When I reached the landing, I saw both boys staring into one of the upstairs rooms. When I saw what was in that room, I had to fight the urge to flee from the house. The walls, floor and ceiling were covered with tendrils of the same fungus I'd seen coming out of Chris Sims' body on the island. The floor was littered with decomposed bodies. Unlike Chris's body, these were intact. Their rib cages weren't open. Other bodies hung on the walls, suspended by fungal tentacles. There were even 2 corpses on the ceiling, encased in grey, slimy-looking matter. "What is it?" Becca whispered, trying to make sense of what her eyes were seeing. "Whatever it isn't good," I said. Rob turned to face me, probably to say something derogatory, but then something in another room caught his attention. "Shit! Is that Gilly?" I turned to see what he was looking at. In an adjacent room, which was bare and unfurnished, lay a body. There was no visible fungus on or around it. It simply lay on its back in the middle of the room, on the bare floorboards. Tim looked over Rob's shoulder and nodded. "Yeah, that's Gilly." I didn't know how they could recognise the corpse. The only way they might have recognised it was from the clothing. A yellow and green Brazil football top, faded blue jeans, and white Adidas cap. The flesh was so decayed that the white skull showed through what was left of the face. The few pieces of remaining flesh were mottled blue, as was the flesh on the corpses in the fungus room. All of these people had become zombies before dying. Rob took a step towards the room where Gilly's body lay on the floor. I put out a hand to stop him. He shrugged it off. "Don't touch me, fat boy. Don't go in there," I said. He sneered. "He obviously isn't going to come back to life," he said. "Look at the state of him." "So why go in there?" Becca asked. "I want to check his pockets. He might have a little something I need, if you know what I mean." His sister sighed and shook her head. Rob entered the room. He crouched down next to the body. As he did so, the old floorboards moved. They were loose. In the gaps that appeared, I could see a grey, fungal tentacle. It ran beneath the floor from the room next door, and seemed to be attached to the back of the corpse. "Fucking hell," Rob said, seeing the tentacle. "There's more of that." His words were cut off when the body exploded. The chest exploded outwards, the ribs spreading like the petals of an opening flower. A cloud of brown spores puffed out of the opening into Rob's face. He fell back against the wall, clutching at his eyes and screaming. "Rob!" Becca made a move to go to him, but I grabbed her shoulders. She turned her face towards me, angry that I'd stopped her. "We need to go," I said, as calmly as I could. "Now." Tim was already in the room, crouching down next to Rob, one hand on his shoulder. "You all right, mate?" Rob, who'd been holding his face, grabbed the sides of Tim's head and bit into his scalp. Tim yelped and struggled. Rob's eyes were yellow. A guttural sound came from his throat as his teeth scraped across Tim's skull. The bodies in the adjacent room burst open, scattering more spores into the air. I dragged Becca down the stairs. She didn't resist. She knew her brother and his friend were gone. The spores had changed them into something else. We reached the hallway and sprinted out of the door. I could hear footsteps behind us, coming down the stairs. Becca kept pace with me, breathing hard as we crossed the muddy area in front of the house, heading for the gate. We ran through the opening and out onto the muddy road. "I'll drive," I shouted. I didn't want any confusion as to who was going into which seat in the car. A second's hesitation could be fatal. I pulled the driver's door open and threw myself in behind the wheel. Becca got into the passenger seat, saw her brother and Tim through the windscreen, and screamed. I started the engine and slammed the gear stick into reverse. The Audi sped backwards along the road, kicking up mud and dirt. Through the windscreen, I saw Rob and Tim running at us. Then the image was blurred by rain on the glass. I hit the wipers, and the boys came into view again. Their eyes were yellow and hateful. Blood poured from the top of Tim's head where Rob had bitten him. The veins beneath the skin of their arms and torsos were dark blue and seemed to be swelling. Spittle flew from their open mouths. The look in their eyes was one of feral violence. I hit the brake and turned the wheel. The car spun around, so we were facing away from the farm. I slammed my foot on the accelerator, and we lurched forwards. Rob and Tim gave chase, but the Audi picked up speed, sliding in the wet mud until the tires gained traction, and we sped along the road, away from the farm. Becca turned in her seat and watched through the back window as the farm and her brother dwindled into the distance. Now that she was safe, she allowed herself to cry. Tears sprang from her eyes and slid down her cheeks. "What the hell was that?" she managed between sobs. "I don't know," I said. "I don't know." Chapter 7. Darkness descended quickly. I'd been driving for about an hour. The rain was still coming down, beating a gentle rhythm on the car. I had Survivor radio on, but at a very low volume. Becca had cried to herself for a while, and was now curled up in her seat, her back to me. I could tell from her deep, steady breathing that she'd exhausted herself and fallen asleep. The headlights came on, cutting through the darkness that had fallen over the road and the surrounding landscape. We were on the main road now, heading south. I didn't have a particular destination in mind, but I wanted to get as close to the coast. It was too late and dark to find a boat now, but we could do so in the morning. For now, though, I needed to find somewhere safe for us to spend the night. I felt too exposed on the road. There were bandits, trigger-happy soldiers, and hybrid zombies that didn't fear the rain. If we ran into any of these, we were done for. Unarmed, we didn't stand a chance against any type of foe. We needed to find a safe place and hole up until morning, then make a dash for the coast and find a boat to get us the hell out of here. I was still shaken by the events at Gilly's farm, and the thing that had occupied the upstairs rooms. I had no idea why the corpse on the floor had exploded like that. Well, that wasn't true. It had exploded to infect Rob with its spores. The fact that the bodies in the adjacent room had also blown open like puffballs made me think that the fungal tentacles were some sort of motion detectors. When the tentacle beneath the floorboards under Rob's feet had detected movement, that had triggered the release of the spores. The bodies in the other room had also been activated by that same movement. That made me think that the fungal mass was blind. It didn't know that there was no one in that room to infect. It had simply been triggered by the tentacle and had reacted accordingly. The same thing had happened to Chris Sims. At some point in the past, those tentacles we'd seen had been triggered by movement, and Chris's body had blown open, releasing spores into the air. But why were zombies becoming spore hosts instead of transmitting the virus via their usual method of biting and scratching? I saw a sign that told me there was a petrol station and a restaurant ahead. I considered checking it out. The problem with a place like that was that it would be attractive to a lot of people, not just me. Shelter and food were the top two concerns of survivors, and a place like petrol stations and restaurants offered both. That might mean the place had been looted already, but it might also mean there were people there right now. Desperate people. People who wouldn't hesitate to kill strangers. As the buildings appeared on the left, I slowed down until the Audi was almost crawling along the road. I turned off the headlights. The sudden darkness made me feel like I was driving in a void. When I reached the slip road that led to the buildings, I drove halfway up it and then applied the brakes. The road led to a car park that was flanked by the petrol station. A long, low building I assumed to be the restaurant, and another building whose purpose wasn't clear. The place looked deserted. No vehicles sat in the car park. The windows were dark, and I couldn't see any movement behind them. Of course, there could be a gang of bandits hiding in those buildings, watching the Audi and waiting for it to enter the car park. The rain hissed down over the car as I sat there. The windscreen wipers whirred rhythmically. The heater vents whispered as they blew hot air into the car. On the radio, Hall and Oates were singing Private Eyes. I saw movement beyond the corner of the restaurant. It was only for a split second, but something moved in the darkness. Something the size and shape of a man. I leaned closer to the windscreen and squinted, but the darkness, the distance, and the rain made it impossible for me to see who or what was lurking beyond the corner of the building. We wouldn't be safe here tonight. Time to move on. I put the headlights back on. They illuminated the car park and the buildings, and I saw someone lurch back into the shadows beside the building. I reversed back along the slip road to the main road and continued my journey. leaving the petrol station and restaurant behind in the darkness. Becca stirred and sat up, rubbing her eyes. She peered at the night beyond the windscreen. Did I miss anything? Not really. I'm just looking for a place where we can hunker down for the night. She nodded. In the morning, we'll try to find a boat, I said. The mainland is too dangerous. We're safer at sea. Yeah, she said sarcastically. I realise that. I guess she did. She'd been at sea with her brother and his friend for ages, and they'd all managed to survive. Then Rob and Tim had been killed within hours of setting foot on the mainland. Sorry for stating the obvious, I said. She let out a long breath and sat back in her seat. Don't worry about it. We drove in silence for a few minutes. Then she said, Can't we just go and get a boat now? I don't feel safe here, do you? Honestly, no, I don't. But we have to be careful. The last time I was here, the military was basically in control of the entire coastline. There are drones patrolling the shore, tanks on the beaches, soldiers everywhere. Grabbing a boat and sailing away won't be easy. We didn't see any tanks or drones when we landed earlier. We didn't exactly land, I reminded her. We sank. She grinned. Yeah, we did. That was a remote piece of coastline, so I guess they aren't bothering to patrol it. What are they looking for anyway? Zombies? I shook my head. People. They're trying to herd as many survivors as possible into camps. Why? As far as they're concerned, people wandering around out here are just waiting to be bitten and turned. By moving everyone into camps, they're reducing the number of bite victims, and by extension, the number of zombies they'll have to fight in the future. She looked out at the night sky. I don't think I'd want to be herded around like cattle. I thought of my father and brother. Some people feel safer if someone else is in charge. So we need to avoid the army as well as the zombies. Great. It's best to avoid everyone, I said. Yeah, I can see that. We drove on. Becca turned the radio up and hummed along with a few songs. I kept my eyes peeled for other cars, movement in the trees, and even aircraft, anything that might spell danger. Look, Becca said suddenly, pointing across me to the right. I glanced out of my window and saw what she was pointing at. A narrow road, lined with hedges that wound into the darkness. A white sign pointed at the road. A single word had been painted on the sign. Marina. I stopped the car. We can get a boat, she said. It doesn't look like there's anyone down there. I can't see any lights or anything. I thought of the seemingly deserted, dark petrol station and restaurant. It hadn't looked like there was anyone there either, but there had been. Come on, she said. We can't just drive along this road forever. She was right about that. The longer we spent on this main road, the more chance there was that we'd run into trouble eventually. All right, I said. I steered the Audi across the carriageway and onto the narrow, hedge-lined road. The road took us on a straight route for half a mile, and then wound its way towards the coast. I had to slow down constantly, unaware of what might be waiting around each bend. Becca had become quiet and was sitting bolt upright, staring through the windscreen at the road ahead. She'd turned the radio down so that the music was barely audible. My warning about the military seemed to have spooked her, and now she was on edge. An atmosphere of tension filled the car. Did that sign say how many miles it was to the marina? I asked. I knew the answer. I just wanted to break the tense silence that had fallen between us. No. I concentrated on the road again. I wanted to tell her that there was nothing to worry about, that she should relax, but I could tell she was wound up too tightly for that. The rain continued to beat down on the car as we drove along the road. As we approached yet another bend, I told myself that this had to be the last one before we reached the marina. It couldn't be much farther. As we rounded the bend, I saw a big shape looming in front of me and jammed my foot down onto the brake pedal. The Audi skidded on the rain-slick road and came to a stop. We couldn't go any further in the car. In front of us, parked across the road and blocking our way, was an armoured personnel carrier. It was painted in military camouflage and resembled a small tank, although it had no gun. Instead of conventional wheels, like the Mastiff I'd once driven, this vehicle had tracks like a tank. There were no signs of life. The hatch on the vehicle roof was closed. If anyone was in there, they were aware of our presence. The Audi's headlights illuminated the side of the personnel carrier with stark white light. I waited for the hatch to open and for a soldier to appear, pointing his gun at us and telling us to get out of the car. It didn't happen. The APC appeared to be abandoned. "What do we do now?" Becca whispered. "I don't think there's anyone in there. I'm going to have a closer look." I opened the car door. "Wait." She opened the glove compartment and brought out a small maglite. "You might need this." I took it from her and tested it. The beam of white light was strong. "Thanks. Do you know how to drive?" "Yeah." "Get behind the wheel while I'm out there. If anything goes wrong, reverse back up the road and get out of here." She shook her head. "Where would I go? I can't do any of this on my own." "Okay, hang tight." I picked up the tire iron, got out of the car, and walked over to the armoured vehicle, the Audi's headlights throwing my shadow over the armoured panels. I climbed up onto the roof and inspected the circular hatch. It seemed to lock via a small metal wheel, which turned easily in my hand. I rotated it in a counterclockwise direction and pulled on the hatch. It fell open with a loud clang. Trapped air escaped from inside the vehicle with a hiss. I stepped back, holding the tire iron aloft, ready to strike anything that came clambering out of that hatch. There was no movement. I aimed the maglight's beam into the open hatch. I saw seats, a metal floor, and not much else. Kneeling on the wet steel roof, I bent forward so my head and arm were inside the vehicle. I flickered the beam of light around quickly. Shadows jumped forward and receded, but it became apparent that the vehicle was empty. I moved away from the hatch, slid down to the ground, and walked over to the Audi. "There's no one in there," I told Becca through the window. She turned off the Audi's engine, opened her door, and got out. "So what's it doing here?" "They might have used it to block the road, but I'm surprised they left such an expensive piece of equipment here unattended." "Maybe they intended to return, but couldn't for some reason." Her eyes drifted to the dark fields beyond the hedges. "Yeah, that's definitely a possibility. We can't get past it. What do we do now?" I looked at the armoured vehicle and appraised our situation. It didn't look like anyone was coming back here, and the hatch could be locked from the inside. We could hole up in here tonight and make our way to the marina in the morning. She considered the idea and nodded. "Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. We'll certainly be safe in there. And if this rain stops and the zombies come out to play, I'd rather be in an armoured vehicle than the car." We climbed inside, using the maglite to light our way. The inner compartment was built to accommodate 8 people, if the number of seats was any indication. But it wasn't exactly spacious. Becca settled herself at the rear of the vehicle and leaned against the wall, breathing out a sigh of relief when I closed and locked the hatch. I moved up to the cockpit area and settled in behind the driver's seat. I listened to the rhythmic patter of the rain on the vehicle for a while, but eventually I closed my eyes and let my mind wander. It wasn't long before I fell asleep. Chapter 8. I woke in the dark and clicked the maglite on, aiming the beam at the rear of the vehicle where Becca leaned against the vehicle's rear wall, arms folded across her chest. She was still asleep. I climbed between the seats and into the vehicle's cockpit. There was a small hatch in the vehicle's roof for the driver to put his head out of when driving. I opened it as quietly as I could, squinting and turning my head away as sunlight flooded into the cockpit. As my eyes adjusted to the light, I poked my head up through the hatch and surveyed the area. The rain had stopped during the night. The last vestiges of the dark storm clouds had gone, replaced with streaks of white cloud in an otherwise clear blue sky. The Audi was still parked exactly where we'd left it, and the road was still deserted. Beyond the hedges, green fields stretched into the distance, where I could see houses and trees. I turned towards the coast and felt my heart lift when I saw the sea. From my vantage point, it appeared as a thin blue line on the horizon, but it was the sea nonetheless. We were close. Now we just had to find a boat. I heard Becca stirring and lowered my head back into the vehicle. She blinked against the light that angled in through the hatch. "What time is it?" "Time to find a boat and get out of here," I said. "I can see the sea." She smiled thinly and moved from her seated position, wincing as she did so. "That wasn't a very comfortable night." "Agreed. Let's get out of here and stretch our legs. We'll have to get down to the marina on foot." "After spending the night in this tin can, a walk sounds like heaven." She pointed at an axe that was strapped to the wall. "Maybe we should take that with us." "Good idea. And is that a first aid kit?" A green plastic box was strapped to the wall beneath the axe. Becca nodded, and unstrapped both the first aid kit and the axe. "I'll swap you this axe for that tire iron." "Deal," I said. We made the exchange, and I hefted the axe in my hand. This would come in handy if we met any nasties on the way to the marina. "I'll carry the first aid kit," she offered. I opened the main hatch, and we climbed out of the APC, and then clambered down to the road. Becca took in our surroundings warily. "So, if it's stopped raining, that means there might be zombies, right?" "Right. But I had a good look around and didn't see any. As long as we're quiet, we should be okay." "Got it," she whispered. We set off along the road at a brisk pace, neither of us wanting to hang around for too long. Becca took my advice to be quiet to heart and didn't say a word as we walked towards the coast. It was going to be a warm day. The heat had already dried up most of last night's rain. Only a few puddles remained. Birds sang from the hedgerow and the trees, and the breeze carried on it the scent of wildflowers and grass. This might be a pleasant walk in the countryside, if not for the fact that we were in the middle of a zombie apocalypse. Still, walking along this road beneath the sun, it was easy to forget that a fight raged between humanity, driven by survival, and the living dead, driven by a deadly virus. We'd gone about half a mile when I saw a building up ahead on the right. It had a small car park outside and looked like a shop. I tapped Becca's arm and pointed. She nodded. "We need to be careful around buildings," I whispered. "It's possible that there could be zombies inside, sheltering from the rain." "But the rain's stopped," she whispered. "Yeah, but they probably won't come outside again unless something attracts their attention. They tend to react to external stimuli rather than an internal drive. So, as long as we're quiet and stay out of sight, we'll be okay." "We should be." The road widened as we got closer to the building, which I could now see was a cafe. A rustic wooden sign on the wall read, "Carly's Cafe. Tea, coffee, hot and cold food." The cafe had a large bay window, through which I could see some tables and chairs. But most of the interior was in darkness. The door was closed. "Looks deserted," Becca whispered. "And it reminds me how hungry I am." She was right about being hungry. I hadn't eaten anything since yesterday, and my stomach felt hollow. "I guess we could check the place out," I said. "See if there's any food in there." The fact that the door was shut probably meant there were no zombies inside. At least, no zombies had wandered inside. Whether the owners of the cafe were already inside and unable to get out was a different matter. I walked over to the bay window and cupped my hands against the glare of sunlight on the glass before peering in. The dining room looked empty. Chairs, tables, a counter at one end of the room. The usual things one would expect to find in such an establishment. There were 2 internal doors. One had a black and white sign that read "Toilets" on it, and the other bore a small plaque that read "Staff Only." Both doors were closed. I tried the handle of the main door. It was locked. I stepped back, weighing up the pros and cons of breaking in. Breaking the glass on the door would make noise, which might attract any nasties in the area, and it could all be for nothing. The cafe might have already been looted, or the food in there might have spoiled. "I can see breakfast bars," Becca said. She'd cupped her hands around her face and was staring in through the window as I'd been doing moments earlier. "There's a display on the counter." That was enough of a pro for me. Hunger overcame caution, and I used the axe head to smash the glass near the door handle. After waiting a few seconds to make sure nothing came rushing at me from beneath a table or behind the counter, I reached in and felt around for a latch or lock on the inside. My fingers contacted a key in the lock. I turned it, and the door opened. We entered cautiously, but when it was obvious that the room was empty, we hurried over to the display of breakfast bars on the counter and began stuffing them into our pockets. Oh my God, chocolate! Becca had found a box of Kit Kats and opened one of the packets, stuffing the contents into her mouth. She closed her eyes and mmm'd with pleasure. I went to the staff-only door and pressed my ear against it. There might be something back there worth checking out, and since the building appeared to be deserted and I had an axe in my hand, I was willing to take a chance. After hearing nothing, I opened the door slowly and peeked inside. The room was a small kitchen. Some ingredients still filled the shelves, but most of it had gone off, judging by the smell. There were 2 more doors, one at the far end of the kitchen and one on my left. The one on the left bore a plaque that read, "Private." Becca poked her head into the room. "Find anything?" "Nothing much." She went to the door at the far end of the room. "This is open." She pushed it open further and said, "It's the storeroom." I went over and had a look. Shelves were filled with mostly perishable food, although there were some tins and plastic bottles of water. We both opened a bottle and drank the contents. It was warm, but refreshing. "What about that other door?" Becca asked. "Where do you think that goes?" "Probably to the living quarters above the cafe." "Are we going to have a look?" Was it worth opening that door? My mind ran a quick risk versus reward calculation. If there were zombies behind that door, then surely they'd be banging on it by now, attracted by the noise Becca and I were making. The lack of any such knocking made me think the coast was clear, at least in the area immediately behind the door. But I'd seen the weird fungus zombies twice now, and they didn't make any noise. They simply waited for their unwary prey to get close. There could be a fungus zombie on the other side of that door, its fungoid tentacles spread across the floor and walls, ready to trigger the spore explosion. The reward part of the equation was simply that there could be something useful in the dwelling. For one thing, we needed to take as much food and water with us as we could carry. If we could find bags or even boxes of some sort, we could carry everything more efficiently. "Stand back," I said to Becca. She moved to the far wall, and I approached the door marked private. I tried the handle. The door was unlocked. I pulled it open and rushed back, ready to take on anything that came running out at me, or avoid a spore cloud if one suddenly exploded into the air. There was nothing there, simply an empty space at the foot of a staircase. I let out a sigh of relief. "Are we going up?" Becca said, appearing at my side. "Yeah, stay behind me." I entered the small space at the foot of the stairs and looked up. The staircase ascended to another floor. "Great," I whispered. I went up and tried the door. It was unlocked. Staying as far back as possible, I opened it. A black cloud came swarming out at my face. I stepped back so quickly that I lost my footing and fell. Becca screamed. I tried to grab the banister, but I was already moving too quickly and had fallen too far to reach it. I collided with Becca, and we both landed at the foot of the stairs. I emptied my lungs, believing I'd inhaled zombie spores. My mind raced. What would I do? Becca needed to get out of here and shut the door behind her, locking me inside. I struggled to my feet. "Becca, go! Leave me here! Quickly!" She was still on the floor, leaning against the wall. She looked at me and began laughing. "Listen to me," I said. "You need to get out of here." She shook her head and pointed up the stairs. "It's flies. It's just flies." I looked up at the open doorway. The flies that had swarmed out were now crawling over the wall and ceiling. "Oh my God," I gasped, breathing out another sigh of relief. "It's just flies." Becca got to her feet and pointed at the open doorway up there. "I'm guessing that, since no zombie came running when I screamed, the coast is clear." I nodded, still catching my breath and trying to will my hammering heart to slow down. "Yeah, looks that way." I went back up and peered in through the doorway. I saw a neat, plainly furnished living room and kitchen. An archway opened onto a corridor that, I assumed, led to more rooms. We entered the living room. "This must be where the cafe owners lived," I said. "But where are they now?" Becca whispered. I shrugged. Probably at one of the survivor camps. A row of coat hooks was affixed to the wall, and I saw 2 blue and grey Osprey backpacks hanging from it, as well as men's coats, ladies' coats, and children's-size coats. Beneath the coats sat a neat row of boots and shoes in men's, women's, and children's sizes. "Looks like family lived here," Becca said. "Yeah," I said. removing the backpacks from the hooks and trying on one of the men's coats. "Take anything you think you might need. We'll use these backpacks to carry the food and water." She selected a long, tan-coloured coat and put it on. I handed her a backpack. "We'll fill these downstairs." She didn't respond. Her eyes were locked on the corridor beyond the archway. She pointed and whispered, "Alex, look." I followed her gaze. Beyond the archway, a pair of socked feet and jeans were visible, as if someone was in the corridor, lying on their back. "Wait here," I whispered to Becca. Hefting the axe, I stepped through the archway and into the corridor. A dead body lay on the floor, dressed in jeans and a black T-shirt, with a white illustration of a steaming cup of coffee on the left breast, and the words, "Carly's Cafe." The body was decomposed, and had been here quite some time, by the looks of it. Long gashes had been cut into the arms, and dried dark blood stained the carpet beneath the corpse. A knife lay on the carpet next to the body. "Looks like a man," I told Becca. "He's been dead a while." I noticed a sheet of paper with handwriting on it pinned to the wall above the body. I snatched it and took it into the living room to read it. Becca leaned over my shoulder to read the note. "To whoever finds this, I don't know what's going on in the world anymore. All I know is that I can't live in it any longer. Carly and Andy have both succumbed to the virus everyone is talking about on the news and in the papers. I managed to lock them into the spare room before it took them and made them change. I hear the army is coming this way, taking survivors away from their homes and putting them into some sort of camps. That isn't for me. I'm going to die a free man. If you are a soldier and you are reading this, my wife and son, or what was my wife and son, are locked in the room at the end of the corridor. Do what you have to do. I couldn't. Simon MacDonald." Becca looked at me and said, "Do you think his wife and son are still locked in that room?" "They could be, if the army hasn't disposed of them. But if soldiers came into the cafe, wouldn't they have taken the food and water downstairs?" "Yeah, they probably would." We both leaned through the archway and looked at the closed door at the far end of the corridor. A key sat in the lock. It looked like Simon had cut a small square in the door at eye level, perhaps so he could see his wife and son, even though they'd turned. I stepped over the body and got close enough to the door to see through the hole. What I saw in there made me take a step back. The walls and ceiling were covered with fungus tentacles. I could see two humanoid shapes within the grey, slimy matter that were probably the bodies of Carly and Andy. "We need to leave," I said to Becca. "There's nothing we can do for anyone here." She took a quick peek through the hole in the door and nodded in agreement. We left quickly, and I closed the door at the top of the stairs behind us. From what I'd seen at Gilly's farm and on the island, those tentacles would soon spread, finding their way out through the hole in the door and growing all over the apartment. No need to make it easy for them to come down the staircase and into the cafe. Where would they go then? Outside? Into the street? I shivered as we hastily filled our backpacks with chocolate, breakfast bars, and water. I closed every door behind us on our way outside. Once we were out in the sunlight, I breathed deeply, realizing suddenly that I'd been taking shallow breaths since encountering the fungoid monster in the locked room, as if fearing a cloud of spores might suddenly materialize from nowhere. "What's happening, Alex?" Becca said, as we continued our journey along the road. Why are the zombies turning into whatever those things are? I don't know. I needed time to think about it. My history of reading zombie fiction had served me well so far, but this was something different. It seems to happen to zombies that are in confined spaces, I said, or in a position where there isn't any way to spread the virus. She frowned at me. What do you mean? The first time I saw a fungus zombie was on the island I was telling you about. A guy named Chris Sims got infected and sailed to the island. He turned shortly after he landed. We found him lying on the top of the cliff with all those fungus tentacles coming out of him. He'd already exploded, though, so something must have triggered the spore release. Maybe a bird or an animal. Okay, but how does that relate to Gilly and his crew? They locked themselves away in that farmhouse, and Carly and Andy were locked in that room back there. Becca shrugged. I'm still not seeing the connection. They were all zombies that had no opportunity to infect humans. Chris was on a deserted island. Gilly and his friends were shut behind that fence in the house, and Carly's husband locked her and their son in that room. Remember, I told you how zombies avoid rain, because it would rot the host body at a faster rate? She nodded. Yeah. Well, it seems that everyone I just mentioned was turned a long time ago, when all this started. So maybe the bodies did rot to the point of being useless to the virus. There was no one to attack, and the bodies were breaking down. All right, I can see that happening. So maybe the virus puts the host into a state of hibernation. It sends out those tentacle things and waits for someone to happen by, and then it releases those spores. It can't hunt, so it lays a trap. She nodded. Yeah, that makes sense. Whether that was the reality of the situation or not, it was my best guess. The one thing I knew for sure was that the virus seemed to be constantly evolving, and everyone needed to steer clear of the fungus traps. What's that? Becca whispered. I heard something. We stopped and listened. I could hear it too, the sounds of voices and vehicles ahead. We crouched low and stuck to the hedge as we proceeded, our senses alert. The sounds were in the distance, but we weren't taking any chances. The marina came into view. Wooden docks jutted out into the sea, and each dock was lined with boats bobbing on the waves. But it wasn't going to be as easy as getting onto a boat and sailing away. The marina was a hive of activity. Jeeps and armoured personnel carriers were parked next to the buildings. Men and women in camo uniforms marched around the area. Some of them were on land, some on the docks. Becca looked at me and whispered, "There's no way we can get down there without being seen." "We have to," I said. "If we're going to get off the mainland, we need to get our hands on one of those boats." Chapter 9. We walked back along the road, to a safe distance where we couldn't be seen. That meant we couldn't see the soldiers either, but I was sure none of them were going to come this way. They'd obviously parked the APC across the road to block it. "What are they doing?" Becca said. "The military has taken an interest in guarding the coastline since the zombie apocalypse began," I told her. "Perhaps they're ensuring no one leaves and spreads the virus in other parts of the world." "Do you really think the virus is only in this country? If we have zombies in Britain, they'll definitely be everywhere else as well." She was right. and I'd never bought into the theory that the military was doing something so altruistic as protecting the rest of the world from our problems. "The truth is," I said, "I don't know why they're so interested in guarding the coast." We sat beneath the hedge at the side of the road and took some breakfast bars and water out of our packs. "Are they the good soldiers or the bad soldiers?" Becca said between mouthfuls. "What do you mean? Are they the ones working for the brigadier or the normal army?" I didn't see the brigadier at the marina, but that doesn't mean they aren't his men. As for good soldiers, I know they mean well, but they'd throw us into a camp against our will, so they need to be avoided just as much as the ones working for the brigadier. She chewed on her breakfast bar for a while, and then said, "Okay, so what's our plan?" "There's no way we're going to sneak past them during the daytime, so we'll have to wait until tonight. They'll probably post a few guards, but it's going to be relatively easier to get past them than the entire squad. So we sneak onto a boat and sail away. Sounds great, but won't they hear the engines?" "Yeah, they will. We have to hope that, by the time that happens, we'll be sailing away from the dock." She pursed her lips, thinking. "You did see that mortar on the beach, right? They'd sink us before we got more than a few yards." I hadn't seen the mortar. If they fired that at us, we'd have no chance. We'd either be killed or forced to swim to shore, in which case the soldiers would capture us. I was sure that the punishment for trying to steal a boat from under their noses would be more than just be getting sent to a survivor camp. I finished my breakfast bar and took a swig of water from one of the bottles. "I don't know what to say. I'm out of ideas. Maybe we should keep moving and try further down the coast." "Won't there just be more soldiers?" "Yeah," I admitted. She sighed and stuffed the empty breakfast bar wrapper into her backpack. "So, we're stuck." We sat in silence for a while. The boats were frustratingly near, and yet so far away. I couldn't see how we could possibly sail one out of the marina without alerting the soldiers to our presence. "What if we go to another part of the coast?" Becca said. "There must be hundreds of boats along the shoreline. There must be somewhere that the army isn't guarding." "We could do that," I said. "It increases our chances of running into trouble. But we could take the APC instead of the car. We'd be more protected that way." "Are the keys in it?" "Most army vehicles don't have keys. They have to be ready to be utilized by anyone on the battlefield. Soldiers have more to worry about than who's got the keys to a particular vehicle." "I'd definitely feel safer in the armoured vehicle than in the Audi. It seems our best option at the moment. I just wish we could get on one of the boats at the marina. They're right there, waiting to sail." "If wishes were horses, we'd be able to ride out of here," she said. "Well, we can't ride, but we can drive. Let's check the APC's fuel." We climbed to our feet, shouldered the backpacks, and set off in the direction of the vehicles. Walking away from the boats didn't sit well with me, but I understood there was no other option. We gave Carly's Cafe a wide berth as we passed it. When we reached the APC, Becca waited outside, while I climbed in through the hatch and climbed into the driver's seat, keeping my head low, as the driver's hatch was closed. The console was simple, with bare wires trailing into the floor. The steering mechanism consisted of 2 poles that stuck up through the floor. I had no idea how they worked, but it couldn't be too hard, could it? I found the starter button and pressed it. The engine roared into life. The vehicle shuddered, and the rumble of the engine echoed throughout the interior of the vehicle. I was relieved to see the needle on the fuel gauge climb to almost full. I hit the switch and killed the engine. Silence prevailed, until Becca's voice shouted from outside, "Alex, someone's coming!" I clambered out of the hatch and slid onto the roof of the APC. A convoy consisting of 3 olive-green Land Rovers was heading this way from the inland side of the road. I slammed the hatch and jumped to the ground where Becca waited. "We need to hide," I said. Together, we scrambled over the hedge and into the field on the other side. If we ran across the field, we'd be out in the open and easily spotted by the occupants of the Land Rovers. We lay on our stomachs and wormed our way under the hedge. I tried to control my breathing, which sounded as if I'd just run a marathon. "They'll see the Audi," Becca whispered. "There's nothing we can do about that." I just prayed that seeing the car wouldn't make the new arrivals suspicious and prompt them to check the area. If they looked over the hedge, they'd see us. There was no doubt about that. The vehicles came to a stop, and I heard doors opening. "What the bloody hell is this?" a voice said. I recognized it. It was the brigadier. "Looks like they're trying to block the road, sir," someone said. The brigadier guffawed. "Well, I knew Fleming didn't want to talk to me, but I didn't think he'd put an APC in the road." I heard laughter, and estimated there were 5 or 6 people. "Don't worry, sir. We'll move it. This car as well." "Well, get on with it. If Fleming decides not to get on board with our plan, we've got some preparations to make when we get back to camp, haven't we?" "They're preparing the drone now, sir, just in case." "Good. I don't hold out much hope where Fleming is concerned. He's too old-fashioned. Can't see the way the future is panning out. Still, if he refuses, then that's what Operation Reaper is for, isn't it?" I heard the Audi's engine turn over, and then rustling and cracking sounds, as if someone was driving it into the hedge on the opposite side of the road. I guessed that was exactly what was happening. The road was narrow. The Land Rovers would be behind the Audi, so the only place to move the car was through the hedge. At least they hadn't chosen to drive it through the hedge we were hiding under. The Audi's engine revved, and more cracking and braking sounds ensued. "Turn it off!" the brigadier shouted. The engine went quiet. "Use the APC to flatten the hedge," the brigadier said. "Bloody hell, it's not rocket science. Can't get the staff these days." The APC hatch opened, and I heard someone clambering about inside. The engine started its deafening rumble, and the vehicle trundled into the hedge on the opposite side of the road, flattening it. The engine cut off, and I heard the driver climb out. The Audi started up again and was driven through the hole left by the APC. "There," the brigadier said. "That wasn't hard, was it?" Doors slammed as he and the soldiers got back into the Land Rovers. The vehicles set off towards the marina. Becca and I crawled out from under the hedge. "What was that about?" she asked. "Sounds like the brigadier is going to try and get whoever's in charge at the marina, Fleming, on board with his plan." "What plan is that?" We climbed over the hedge and stood on the road. The APC and the Audi were now in the field on the opposite side. "He wants to use his zombie gas on the country's enemies and become a national hero. Actually, not just the country's enemies, but his own personal enemies as well." I thought of the people on Apocalypse Island. The brigadier had used his gas on them without a second's hesitation. So, as well as a zombie apocalypse, there's a psychopathic madman who wants to take over the world. I nodded. In a nutshell, yes. And Operation Reaper? I shrugged. No idea. So, what do we do now? We should probably wait until the brigadier and his men leave. If we get the APC on the road now, and they come back this way, they'll see it's missing, and they might see us. We climbed back over the hedge and sat in our original hiding place, looking out over the field. The day was still warm and bright, but in the distance, dark clouds rolled in from the sea. "Are we ever going to get off the mainland?" Becca asked out of nowhere. "Yes, of course we are. Why do you say that?" "Ever since I set foot on that beach yesterday, I seem to have been cursed. I thought my luck was bad before, being at sea with Rob and Tim. But even that was preferable to wondering if a zombie is going to appear at any second, or if a soldier is going to catch me and send me to some prison camp. That won't happen," I assured her. "We're getting out of here." "I just can't see it happening, Alex. There's too much that can go wrong. We're going to get caught or killed. I know it." I could see where she was coming from. Yesterday, she'd been out on the sea, in an uncomfortable situation perhaps, but reasonably safe. Now, the 3 people she'd been out there with, one of whom had been her brother, were all dead. Well, technically, only Feltz was actually dead. Her brother and Tim were infected with the rage virus. We were stuck here with 100 boats in sight, but all of them were out of reach. On top of that, Brigadier James Gordon was here, and that was always a bad sign. I couldn't let myself descend into a funk. If I did, we were both as good as dead. We just had to keep our spirits up and keep fighting until we found a way to get out to sea. I knew the coordinates of Apocalypse Island, and from there I could get us to the island where my friends were. "We have to stay strong," I told her. I wanted the words to give her inner strength, but they came out sounding like an empty platitude. We both started when we heard vehicles coming up the road from the marina. Now that the APC and the Audi had been removed, there was no need for the vehicles to stop. They sped past us and headed inland. When they were some distance away, I stood up and peered over the hedge. The vehicles were the 3 Land Rovers. "The Brigadier and his men have left," I told Becca. We climbed over the hedge and entered the field across the road. "We should probably head south along the coast," I said. "We'll check for boats every few miles, and hope we don't run into a military patrol or a horde of zombies." It didn't sound like much of a plan. Becca was probably thinking the same thing. She smiled thinly and simply said, "Yeah." "We can wait until dusk," I suggested. "We might be safer moving under the cover of darkness." Becca nodded and leant against the APC. She looked out across the field, and I knew she was worried about our next move. I also knew there was nothing I could do or say to alleviate her worries. I wasn't any happier about driving down the coast than she was. "What's that?" she said, looking up at the clouds. I heard it too. A distant rush that sounded like something cutting through the air above the clouds. "A plane?" Becca said. I saw the dark shape of an aircraft pass through a gap in the clouds. "Looks like a military drone. Shit! Should we take cover?" I remembered a drone like this destroying an entire coastal village when I'd been in the Mastiff with Sam, Tanya, and Lucy. "Yeah, we should take cover." We crawled under the APC and remained still and silent. The sound of the drone got louder. "It's coming this way," Becca whispered urgently. "Maybe it's seen us." "No, I'm sure it's flying over the coastline." I adjusted my position, so I could see what was going on. The drone was closer to the sea than it was to our position. It hasn't seen us, I told Becca. It's flying over the marina. Something dropped from the drone. It whistled through the air as it fell towards the marina. The aircraft continued on its way, heading south along the coast. "Get in the APC!" I shouted to Becca. "I think it's a bomb!" We scrambled out from beneath the vehicle and climbed onto its roof. I hauled the hatch open, and Becca dropped inside. The bomb hit the marina. A small explosion was followed by a cloud of red mist rising into the air. I heard screams. Some of them became growls. Others twisted into sounds that I could hardly believe had come from the throat of a human being. I dropped into the APC and slammed the hatch shut, locking it behind me. "He's dropped the gas on the marina," I told Becca. "Fleming must have refused whatever it was the brigadier wanted, so he's called in an airstrike. They're all turning feral down there." She'd crawled into the rear corner of the vehicle and was sitting cross-legged with her hands held to her ears. She'd obviously heard the inhuman noises and couldn't stand to listen to them any longer. "We're safe here," I said, not even sure that she could hear me. Perhaps I was trying to convince myself anyway. "The gas will disperse soon." We waited. With the hatch shut, we couldn't hear anything outside. But I knew what was happening at the marina. They were killing each other, ripping each other to pieces. When enough time had passed that I was sure the gas must have dispersed, I climbed into the cockpit and opened the driver's hatch. I stuck my head out and warily looked around. No one had come this way. I could hear screams and shouts at the marina, but this part of the road was clear. I started the engine. It burst into life and idled noisily. Pressing my foot gently on the accelerator, I tried to figure how the steering columns worked by driving forward through the gap in the hedge and turning onto the road. Becca appeared behind me. "Are we getting out of here?" I looked down through the hatch at her and shook my head. "We're going to the marina. We're going to get a boat." Chapter 10. "What? Are you crazy?" She shrunk back into the interior of the vehicle, shaking her head at my plan. "This is our only chance," I said, over the roar of the engine. "The bomb has created chaos at the marina. We can slip through and get a boat." "The bomb has created crazed killers," she shouted at me. "Please, turn this thing around, Alex. We need to get out of here." Now that an opening had opened up to get a boat, I couldn't entertain the idea of driving down the coast in the faint hope of finding a way off the mainland. This was our chance to sail to freedom. I had to take it. The APC rolled along the road quickly on her tank tracks. Ahead, the marina buildings came into view. I saw soldiers running, pursued by others with slavering mouths and wild eyes. Some of the unaffected soldiers were shooting at their feral counterparts, only to be taken down by a different creature coming from behind. The entire scene was chaos. That was what I was counting on. I used the steering poles to steer the APC towards the docks and gritted my teeth. The vehicle left the road and rolled over the grass. Now that I was closer to the commotion, the sounds were louder. Gunshots, shouts, growls, snarls and screams filled the air. I ducked down through the hatch so my head wasn't too exposed. "We're nearly there," I said to Becca. She didn't reply. A feral soldier appeared in front of the APC, frothing at the mouth and glaring at me with red eyes. I didn't slow down. I simply ran over him. His bones made a sickening crunch under the tank tracks. We were almost at the docks now. I drove the APC onto the wooden structure, hoping it would shield us from the chaos and provide a barrier between us and the creatures. The wooden dock wasn't strong enough to take the vehicle's weight. The wood splintered beneath the tracks. Before we ended up in the sea, I hit the brakes and shouted to Becca to open the hatch. I heard her turning the wheel that unlocked it. Ducking down into the interior of the APC, I picked up my axe and waited until Becca opened the hatch. As she pushed it open, I said, "Run for the nearest boat. Get on it and hunker down." She nodded and lifted herself out through the hole in the roof. I followed, hot on her heels. We slid down to the dock and ran to the closest boat, a 42-footer with a flying bridge. She was tied up fore and aft. Instead of taking the time to untie the knots, I used the axe to cut them. Becca was already on the boat, leaning over the stern and pointing at the dock behind me. "Alex!" I turned in time to see a feral creature scrambling over the APC towards me. I waited for it to get close enough and swung the axe at its body. The creature yelped and fell to the dock, bleeding from a gash beneath its ribcage. I turned away from it and pushed the boat out. It needed to be clear of all the other boats before it could get out to sea. A male voice shouted from the end of the dock, "Wait! Wait for me! Please!" A young black soldier was climbing over the APC, waving at me. He held a carbine in one hand, but didn't seem intent on using it. I positioned myself to strike. "No, wait, I won't hurt you," he said. His eyes were full of fear. "Look, here's my gun." He tossed it at my feet. "All I ask is that you take me with you. I don't want to die." "Come on," Becca shouted at him. "Get on board." I picked up the carbine and checked it, fully loaded. Slinging it over my shoulder, I stepped onto the boat and made my way to the bridge, breathing a sigh of relief when I saw the keys in the ignition. The engine started immediately, and I steered the craft out into the channel between the other boats. I pushed the accelerator forward, and the engines rose in pitch. We moved forward, the other boats bobbing in our wake. "Alex!" Becca shouted again. I turned and saw 3 feral soldiers running along the dock, keeping pace with us. I raised the carbine and dispatched 2 with short bursts. The third ran across the deck of a moored boat to get closer to us, and made the leap that would land it on our deck. I couldn't shoot without risking hitting Becca or the soldier. As the feral creature landed, Becca rushed forward and brained it with the tire iron. The creature fell, and she stood over it, repeatedly hitting it, crushing its skull. I turned my attention back to the controls. A minute later, I heard the feral creature's corpse splash into the water, as Becca and the soldier heaved it overboard. We were clear of the marina now, the chaos behind us. As I steered the boat into open water, I looked back and saw dead bodies littering the grass and the area around the marina buildings. We were out of danger. I killed the engine and went to the aft deck, where the soldier and Becca were leaning on the aft railing, watching the carnage we'd left behind. "What's your name?" I asked the young soldier. "Private Baines, sir," he said, standing ramrod straight. "Private Gabriel Baines." "No need to call me sir, Gabriel. My name is Alex. This is Becca. What regiment are you in?" "2nd Battalion, the Mercian Regiment." "What were you doing at the marina?" "Guarding it from hostiles." "You mean zombies?" He nodded. "We had a few encounters with the hordes in Cumbria. We were stationed at the marina to keep transport routes open. And in the end, your squad was wiped out by fellow soldiers," I mused. He collapsed onto the bench and nodded. "I don't know what happened. There was a red mist, and then everyone went crazy." "I wasn't referring to those soldiers," I told him. "I meant the ones who dropped that gas on the marina, the brigadier." He looked at me, confused. "Brigadier? Do you know who Brigadier James Gordon is?" "Is he the officer who visited Captain Fleming earlier today?" "He is. He's also the man who ordered that airstrike on the marina, and is responsible for the deaths of everyone there. His frown deepened. I don't understand. Why would he do that? He tried to get Fleming to join him. Obviously your captain refused. Join him in what? The brigadier and his men are marching to a different drum than the rest of the military. They're using this apocalypse to further their own agenda. The brigadier's policy is obviously one of whoever isn't with him is against him. He shook his head and put his face in his hands. I can't believe that my friends were killed by other soldiers. I clapped him on the shoulder and returned to the bridge. I needed to get us to Apocalypse Island. From there, I could take us southwest to where my friends were. Unfortunately, navigation wasn't my strong suit. The boat had a GPS system, and Mike had taught me how to use it to plot waypoints on the way to a destination. I started the engine and waited for the computer to boot up. It didn't. I made sure it was switched on and checked all the wires that ran into the machine. Nothing seemed to be amiss, but the navigation system wasn't switching on. I even rapped my knuckles on the screen a couple of times, but nothing happened. Shit! It wouldn't be possible to find Apocalypse Island without the GPS. An experienced sailor would be able to do it, but I had no chance. I turned the engine off. No need to waste fuel if I didn't know where we were going, and went down to the deck. Gabriel was still sitting with his head in his hands on the stern bench. I couldn't see Becca. I opened the door that led to below decks and found her in the kitchen, going through the cupboards. She'd put an assortment of tins on the counters and was rummaging around, looking for more. It reminded me of Lucy in the marine biologist's kitchen a couple of days ago. Find anything? I asked. There's plenty of tins and even tea and coffee. That's great. We'll have plenty to eat then. Unfortunately, there's no navigation system. Her face dropped. So we can't go anywhere. We can go anywhere, we just won't know where we are. I can't get us to the island where my friends are. Not unless we find another boat with GPS. I'm not going back to that marina, she said firmly. No, I didn't mean we had to go back. We'll just keep an eye out, okay? We might see a craft moored up somewhere. She nodded. Okay. Gabriel seems to be taking it badly. He just watched all his friends die, she said. What do you expect? Yeah, I suppose you're right. How are you holding up? I could have bloody killed you when you drove us into the marina with all that shit going on. But I'm glad you did now. It all worked out in the end. Yes, we're safe on the Orchid. Orchid? That's what this boat is called. I just had to look over the side to read the name. Cool. The pitter-patter of rain sounded on the roof and the deck. It smeared down the windows, blurring the view of the sea and the distant coast. Gabriel didn't move. He sat out on the bench while the rain came down. I opened the door. Hey! Gabriel! Are you going to come inside or what? He looked up, nodded, and sauntered below decks. Once inside, he sat on the sofa in the living room. You're going to have to snap out of it, man, I said. We need our wits about us if we're going to survive. Sorry, he said. It's just that my whole life has just been ruined. Everything I knew, everything I wanted, just went up in smoke. Listen, I said, sitting next to him. We've all had it hard since the world went to shit. But we need to remember that we're the lucky ones. We're still alive. The best way to honour those we've lost is to continue to survive. He nodded. I know. It's not like I haven't lost friends before today. I was in Afghanistan before all this went down. I'd only been home a couple of weeks. But what happened today isn't like losing someone in a conflict. My friends were killed by our own people. What does that mean for the future of this country, when our own military is killing our soldiers? It means the brigadier has to be stopped, I said. He doesn't represent military command. He's gone rogue. He's chasing his own agenda. And killing people in the process? Yes, he is. What happened today was unfortunate, but we have to move forward. Your friends wouldn't want to think they died in vain, and that you're just going to give up, would they? Some of them aren't dead. They're whatever the hell those things were. I saw my best friend kill his own brother with his bare hands. He ripped him apart. Best not to think about that, Becca said. I'll put the kettle on and we'll have a nice cup of tea. She started fussing about with mugs and tea bags. She's right, I told Gabriel. Don't dwell on the bad stuff because it'll kill you in the end. He nodded resolutely and seemed to take my words on board. Is there anything I can do? He asked. What do you want me to do to earn my place on this boat? Do you know anything about marine navigation? Nothing at all. Then you just sit tight and have a cup of tea. I went to the kitchen to help Becca. She had the kettle heating on the gas ring and 3 mugs on the counter, each with a tea bag sitting in it. He'll be okay, I said. She nodded. We've all been through a lot. I don't know what we're going to do next. Unless we find a navigational system, we're just going to sail around aimlessly forever. Could be worse. I realised that, compared to what she'd been doing since the start of the apocalypse, floating around in a fishing boat with 3 other people, the Orchid must seem like luxury to her. The boat was spacious and had all the mod cons. Becca probably didn't care if we found the island or not. I couldn't blame her. She didn't know any of the people there. Hell, even I didn't know Hart's team all that well. But Lucy, Sam and Tanya were my friends, and I missed them. I didn't even know if Sam and Tanya had survived the balls up of a mission we tried to carry out on Apocalypse Island. The kettle boiled, and Becca poured the water into 2 mugs. Help yourself to sugar, she said, pointing to a bag on the counter. I wondered why she'd only made 2 drinks. What about Gabriel? She nodded to where he was sitting on the sofa. I looked over. Gabriel was sound asleep, arms folded across his chest. Becca raised her mug and said, "To survival." Survival, I mused, clinking her mug with my own. I sipped the hot, sweet tea and looked out at the blurry world beyond the windows. Tomorrow I'd look at the maps that must surely be on this boat somewhere and try to come up with a plan, but for now, we were lost. Chapter 11. The next morning, I stepped out on deck to find the coast shrouded in fog. I'd managed to find some marine charts and maps in one of the cupboards downstairs. These showed the locations of rocks and sandbars, and would be a great help once the Orchid got underway. So I knew the danger spots to avoid. The problem was, I had no idea where I was going. And now that the coast was hidden by thick fog, that meant I'd have trouble with even simple navigation, such as taking the boat north or south. It was possible to navigate a coastline by eye, but not when it was hidden from view. I stowed the charts and maps in a storage area in the bridge, and went down to the foredeck. The sea was calm today. Small waves lapped against the side of the boat, and, somewhere in the distance, I could hear gulls crying. But, other than that, the morning was quiet. I'd slept like a log last night. Compared to sleeping on the hard metal floor of the APC, a real bed felt like sleeping on clouds. Becca and I had left Gabriel on the sofa when we'd gone to our respective cabins, and he'd still been there this morning, although he'd changed position and was lying across the sofa instead of sitting up on it. He'd hardly stirred when I'd stepped past him and opened the door to come outside. The boat barely moved beneath my feet as I stood on the deck looking out at the fog, and a line from Coleridge's The Rime of the Ancient Mariner came into my head. Day after day, we stuck, nor breath nor motion, as idle as a painted ship upon a painted ocean. I'd studied the poem in English Lit in school, but the words had stuck with me because they were also part of an Iron Maiden song. "What you doing?" I turned around to see Becca coming out on deck, rubbing her eyes. "Thinking about the Rime of the Ancient Mariner. Cool song." "Yeah." She leaned against the safety rail and looked out over the foggy sea. "Wow, I can't even see the coast." "You can just make it out if you look over that way," I said, pointing. "It looks like a dark shadow." "Oh, yeah. Want some coffee?" "Sure, that'd be great." "Gabriel is still asleep." "Well, there's no reason to wake him up. We won't be going anywhere in this." She went below decks and came back after a few minutes with 2 steaming mugs of coffee. I took one from her and sipped the scalding liquid. "Ow! That's hot." "Well, what did you expect? It's just come out of the kettle. Wait for it to cool down, dummy." She laughed and shook her head in amusement. Gabriel appeared, looking bleary-eyed. He said sheepishly as he joined us. "Sorry for falling asleep like that." "No need to apologize," I told him. "You haven't missed anything." He looked out at the fog. "Yeah, I can see that." "Kettle's boiled if you want a coffee," Becca said. "Thanks. I'll have one in a bit. I'm still trying to get my bearings." "Well, that's one thing we don't have," I said. "Our bearings. With the fog covering the coastline, I have no idea where we are. We're just drifting aimlessly at the moment. I suppose I should find the nearest infantry unit and let them know what happened to Fleming and the others," he said. "What then?" Becca asked him. He shrugged. "They'll assign me to another section of my regiment, another job." "Don't you feel like you're fighting a losing battle?" she said. "Not only are you up against the zombies, but there's a section of the army that's killing its own." "Yeah, I admit it's scary," he said. "I'm starting to think the stories about the Reapers are true." "Reapers?" I asked. "It's just a legend that started after the zombies appeared. The guys in my unit used to scare each other with stories about the Reapers. I used to think it was nonsense, but after what happened yesterday, I'm not so sure anymore." I remembered the brigadier mentioning Operation Reaper when he and his men were on their way to the marina. "What are these stories, exactly?" He rubbed his eyes. "Do you mind if I get a coffee first? I need the caffeine." "Of course. Go ahead." Becca moved closer to me and whispered, "They were talking about Project Reaper yesterday when we were in that hedge. Do you think it's connected?" I shrugged and sipped the coffee. It was cooler now. "I don't know. I have no idea what Gabriel is going to tell us." Thunder rumbled somewhere in the distance, and heavy drops of rain began to fall, splashing against the deck. "Well, he's going to have to tell us inside," she said, heading for the door. I followed her below decks and closed the door. The rain was lashing down now, and another peal of thunder sounded, closer this time. Gabriel was replacing the kettle on the ring after pouring a mug of coffee for himself. "Looks like the heavens have opened." "It might get rid of this fog," I said. "So, tell us about these mysterious Reapers." We all sat at the dining table with our mugs of coffee. "I don't really know where it started," Gabriel said. "It's like an urban legend, where someone reckons they know someone who saw a monster living in a wood somewhere. Yet, if you investigate it, no one can say exactly who the person is who saw the monster. The Reapers are like that. Tell us what you heard, I prompted. OK. So, we're stationed at an electrical substation a month ago, and me and my mate Will are doing night duty. It was cold that night, and we were marching around and doing jumping jacks, trying to keep warm, when all of a sudden Will says, "Have you heard about the Reapers?" Out of nowhere. I didn't know what he was on about. I said, "What do you mean?" "The Grim Reaper," and he shakes his head. Tells me he heard about a para-regiment being wiped out by a secret government group called the Reapers. Did he say where he'd heard it? I asked. He told me this story about a lone survivor who made it to the nearest army outpost and stumbled into camp, half dead. When he was questioned about what had happened, he simply said, "The Reapers," and died. "You're right," Becca said. "This does sound like an urban legend." "I know. I agree," he said. "I'm not saying it's true or anything. I'm just telling what Will told me." "A clandestine government group," I mused. "Yeah, and over time the story grew," Gabriel said. "In some versions, the Paras had been inside one of those bunkers. You know, the survival bunkers they have for the top brass and the Prime Minister. And the Paras had been killed because they'd found out about something called Project Reaper." Becca and I exchanged a look. Gabriel caught it. "What? Are you telling me it's real?" "You're telling us what you know about it," Becca reminded him. "Well, not much else, really. The rumour goes that the government and all the survivors underground, the ones who had their places reserved in the bunkers in case of nuclear war or anything else catastrophic, are the people who are supposed to rebuild the country. And this mess that's going on at the moment needs to be cleaned up before they can come out of the bunkers and do that. So the Reapers are cleaning everything up." "And by cleaning everything up, you mean killing everyone?" Becca said. Gabriel shrugged. "I don't know. It's just a legend." He looked from Becca to me. At least, I thought it was. I sat back in my chair and pondered what I'd just heard. A clandestine government organisation wasn't hard to believe. We all knew they existed. The story about the Paras could be true, or at least based in truth. I had no reason to doubt the existence of Operation Reaper, since I'd heard those exact words come out of the mouth of the brigadier himself. But did it make any logical sense that a clandestine organisation from the bunkers was trying to destroy everyone and everything on the surface, zombies and survivors alike? It did if the government wanted a clean slate. They'd been hiding in their bunkers since this all began, blissful in their ignorance of what was going on up here. They probably had reports from the survivor camps and the military units stationed around the country, but it was simply data. It meant nothing more to them than numbers on a spreadsheet. If they thought that the current situation was unsalvageable, and that everyone on the surface was going to die eventually anyway, then why not wipe them all out? There were plenty of people in the bunkers waiting to re-emerge into the sunlight and start building a new future. So where did the brigadier fit into all this? Perhaps his job was to round up military personnel who might be sympathetic to the Reaper's twisted cause. And if he was met with refusal, he'd have to eliminate that person, because he'd have revealed Project Reaper to them during his sales pitch. If they weren't eliminated, they might talk, and a military faction might rise that was against everything the Reapers stood for. There'd be a civil war. Much easier in the brigadier's mind to simply drop a gas bomb on the offending unit and wipe them out. "The gas," I said. "That's how they'll do it." Becca frowned at me. "What?" That's how they'll clean up the country. They'll drop the gas. Everyone will kill each other and then eventually die themselves. That's the clean slate they want. I don't think that's the plan, Gabriel said. Or maybe it is, and what I heard was wrong. What did you hear? I asked. According to the rumours, the Reapers want to develop a race of super soldiers that they're going to drop behind enemy lines in hostile countries. And they're going to use those same super soldiers to clean up this country as well. Why do they need super soldiers if they have the gas? Becca asked. Maybe it is just a rumour. They'll use the soldiers to clean up after the gas attacks, I said. There'll be some survivors. The super soldiers will take care of them. Becca raised an eyebrow. Do you really believe they're developing super soldiers? It sounds like something out of a Captain America comic book. They were experimenting with Patient Zero, I said. If they could replicate him somehow, or make others like him, they'd have their super soldier. If he was dropped behind enemy lines, he'd soon wipe out anyone he met. I have a question, Gabriel said. All of this doesn't have anything to do with a quarry in Cornwall, does it? After the brigadier and his men left, I heard Fleming say he was damned if he was uprooting our unit from the marina, just so we could guard a disused quarry in Cornwall. I felt my blood run cold. Alex, Becca said, concerned. Are you okay? He knows where Patient Zero is, I said. He knows he's in Bunker 53. Chapter 12. I got up and paced the room. I didn't know what else to do. If no one stopped the Brigadier, or the Reapers, or whoever the hell was going to Bunker 53, their plan to create hundreds, or maybe even thousands, of Patient Zero super soldiers would succeed. There was no way I could stop them. Not without help. Not only was I poorly equipped, I was floating on the sea in the middle of thick fog. I had no idea where I was. I knew approximately where the quarry was, but that was hundreds of miles away. I pushed through the door and stepped onto the deck, rushing to the bridge to try the radio. Hart and the others had radio communication at the island. Maybe if I sent out a distress call, they'd hear me. I didn't hold out much hope of that happening. The Orchid might be out of radio range. Perhaps no one at the island was monitoring radio communications. Or the radio on this boat might not even work. Still, I had to try. I picked up the radio mic and keyed the button. This is a distress call from the Orchid. I repeat, a distress call from the Orchid. Hart, are you receiving? Is anyone hearing this? I released the button and waited. Static hissed at me from the radio speaker. Is anyone there? I repeated. More hissing static. I waited a little longer, while the rain drummed on the roof of the bridge. I keyed the radio again. Hart? Sam? Tanya? Anyone? This is Alex. I need help. More static came from the radio. Then I heard click and a garbled voice. I couldn't make out the words, or even tell if the person speaking was male or female. It sounded as if they were down a deep well. After a short time, the static resumed. I clicked the radio. Say again. I repeat, say again. Over. More hissing, more garbled words, and then nothing but static. Might be best to try after the storm has passed. I looked up to see Gabriel standing there, coffee mug in hand. Yeah, you're right. These things aren't great at the best of times. I replaced the radio mic in its cradle. He leaned against the window. So, You think the Reapers are real, and they're really going to kill everyone? I don't think it. I know it. If they get to Bunker 53, they'll get everything they need to carry out their plan. What's so important about Bunker 53? A few days ago, a group of us took Patient Zero there. We thought they'd contain him, but they ended up throwing us out just as he came to. They locked themselves in there with him. They're almost certainly all dead now. So Patient Zero is running around in a government bunker? I nodded. So what's your plan? To kill him? I'd rather stop them from opening the bunker altogether. That way, Patient Zero remains locked inside. How are you going to do that? I have absolutely no idea. If you want the army to help, I know a unit based in Swansea that might listen to what you have to say. The captain there is a good man. He might be able to provide some fire support, at the very least. I grimaced. I didn't like the military, and even though Gabriel trusted this captain, I had no reason to do the same. There was, however, one thing in Swansea that might be a good enough reason to sail there: a marina. Swansea Marina was where I'd first set foot on the Big Easy with Lucy, Mike and Elena. There were plenty of boats at that marina with GPS systems. His name's Captain Powell, Gabriel said. Captain Lucius Powell. There's no way he'd be on board with this plan to wipe everybody out. If we can convince him what's going down, I'm sure he'd help us. It's something to consider, I said, even though I had little intention of seeking help from the army. For one thing, I doubted Captain Powell would even believe the Reapers existed. Never mind that they planned to destroy everyone above ground. Well, give it some thought, he said. I will. Although we're not going anywhere until this fog lifts. The radio crackled. The garbled voice drifted out through the speaker, but the words were lost to interference. There's somebody out there somewhere, I said, half to myself. They're probably too far away, he suggested. If they get closer to our location, the signal might improve. And, like I said, these climactic conditions aren't helping. Becca is cooking some rice and beans. Are you coming down? Yeah, I'll be there in a minute. He left, and I sat by the radio a while longer, hoping the voice on the other end would become more intelligible. I heard a few clicks and pops coming out the speaker, but it was mostly just static and the hiss of dead air. The fog was starting to clear. Through the rain-streaked windows, I could see the coast more clearly now. We'd drifted closer than I'd thought, so I started the engines and took us out into deeper water. I killed the engine again, and the Orchid bobbed on the waves, rolling slightly with the movement of the water. I got up out of the chair. Rice and beans sounded good right now. Maybe by the time I'd eaten them, the fog might have lifted entirely. The radio burst into life. One word fought its way through the static. Orchid? There was more to the message, but it was broken up and incomprehensible. It was a woman's voice. Was it Claudia Larson, the helicopter pilot? I grabbed the mic and pressed the button. This is the Orchid. Claudia, is that you? Over. Static hissed through the speaker. Then Claudia's voice came through, broken up by the interference, but unmistakably her. Alex, it's Larson. We're our way to in chopper. What? You location? Over? I don't know my location. I'm on a boat with 2 other survivors. We launched from a marina. Currently lost in fog. Over. We need return to base. We'll look for you. Back in the air. Over. Out. I replaced the radio mic and let out a long sigh of relief. Claudia was out there somewhere, and from what I'd gleaned from her communication, she had to return to base but would look for me when she got the chopper back in the air. I went below decks, where Becca and Gabriel were dishing out rice and something that looked more like chili than plain old beans. It smelt good, too. The scent of spices hung in the air. "Wow," I said. "Something smells great." Becca grinned. "Take a seat and I'll bring it over." I sat at the table and waited for the other two to join me. Becca placed a bowl of rice and chili in front of me, and my mouth watered. I resisted digging in with my spoon. I wanted to tell them my news first. I just spoke to Claudia Larson on the radio. She's one of my friends, a helicopter pilot. "That's great," Becca said. "Is she going to come and pick us up?" "Not yet. The comms weren't great. I don't know if she was too far away or if it was the storm, or both, but I heard enough to know that she's looking for us." Her face fell slightly. "Oh, well, that's still good, right?" "Yeah," I said. I shoveled a spoonful of the food into my mouth. It was spicy but good. "So, we just wait here until she comes?" Becca asked. "We don't have much choice at the moment. The fog is lifting, but visibility is still poor." "How's the chili?" "Amazing. I can't believe you managed to whip this up with stuff you found in the kitchen." "Yeah. I think the people who owned the orchid were into cooking. The cupboards are stocked with spices and herbs, and there are ingredients for plenty of dishes. Looks like we'll be well fed then." We ate in silence, savouring the food. Outside, the rain continued, but the thunder stopped. When we were done, Gabriel took the bowls and cutlery to the sink and washed up. "You know, when Claudia gets here with the chopper," I said to Becca, "I'm going to get her to fly me to Bunker 53. You might want to stay here on the Orchid until we get back. Then we can go to the island I told you about." "What?" "Why can't we go to the island first?" "We might not have the time. If the brigadier is already on his way to—" "Alex, saving the world isn't your responsibility." "I know, but I don't see anyone else trying to stop the brigadier, so I don't have a choice." She sighed, folded her arms on the table, and rested her head in them. "Fine, whatever. But I'm not waiting here on my own. I'll wait in the chopper." "That's fine by me." A couple of hours later, I was on the aft deck, listening out for the telltale crackle of the radio. So far, it had been silent. The rain had stopped, and the fog all but disappeared. The clouds were breaking up in places, showing blue sky. Becca was sitting on the stern bench, looking out to sea. Gabriel was leaning against the bow rail, watching the shoreline. "I can hear something," Becca said. She inspected the sky. "Do you hear that?" I listened. I couldn't hear anything. "It's getting closer," she said. I could hear it now, a distant buzz above the clouds. Thoughts of drones and gas bombs filled me head. Maybe we should get below decks. "It's there," Becca said, pointing. I followed her finger, and I saw it too. A black, bulky shape flying just below the clouds. I recognized the silhouette. It was a Chinook. Static burst from the radio, followed by Claudia's voice. "Orchid, we have a visual. Hello, Alex. It's good to see you. Over." I rushed to the bridge and picked up the mic. "Claudia, good to hear your voice. Get us out of here. Over and out." The Chinook approached until its blades were cutting the air above the boat, the downdraft sending ripples radiating out in the sea around us. The side door behind the cockpit opened, and a helmeted head appeared. It looked like Terry Reeves, the other pilot. He gave us the thumbs up and lowered a harness on a thick cable down to the deck. "You want to go first," I shouted to Becca over the noise of the chopper. She nodded and attached the harness around her shoulders. I gave Terry a thumbs up, and Becca was lifted into the air by the winch on the Chinook. "You're next," I said to Gabriel. When the empty harness came down, the young soldier strapped himself in and was winched up. The harness came down a third time, and I put it on. The initial jolt as the rope tightened was jarring, but then I was lifted smoothly up to the chopper. The orchid seemed to shrink beneath my dangling boots as I went higher. When I was in the Chinook, I unfastened the straps with Terry's help and took a seat next to Becca and Gabriel. I put on a flight helmet and said, "We have to go to Bunker 53. The Brigadier knows that's where Patient Zero is." "No can do," Claudia said. "We need to refuel before we go anywhere. We have to go back to the island." "Okay, I understand." The Chinook pitched and yawed, and then we were flying away. The orchid became nothing more than a white dot in the sea before she disappeared completely. Chapter 13. We landed on the island, setting down on the helipad by the hangar. As we climbed out of the Chinook, I was relieved to see Sam, Tanya, Hart, Hamilton, and Lucy come out of the main building to greet us. They'd all escaped Apocalypse Island. Lucy threw her arms around me and buried her head against my shoulder. "I thought you were dead. Don't ever disappear like that again." "I didn't have much choice," I told her. "What about Fletcher and Waters?" Hart asked. "They didn't make it," I told him. "I want to know everything that happened." "That's going to have to wait. We've got a problem. The Brigadier knows where Patient Zero is." A worried look crossed his face. "How can he know that?" "Does Project Reaper mean anything to you?" He shook his head. "Should it?" "There's a clandestine group of killers who have been tasked with annihilating everyone above ground to wipe the slate clean for the people who are currently hiding in the government bunkers. They're called the Reapers. The project involves the gas the Brigadier used at Apocalypse Island, and the development of super soldiers. Basically, more Patient Zeros." "That's how they know where Patient Zero is," Hart said. "If they're part of the bunker network, they'll know that Bunker 53 has gone offline. They probably received Mayday messages if anyone in 53 had time to get them out on the network." "So what do we do?" Hamilton said. "We have to make sure they don't get their hands on Patient Zero." "A handful of us against an army brigade. We don't have a choice. We can't sit back and wait for them to destroy everything." "Agreed," Hamilton said. "But we need a plan. We can't go in there half-cocked. We'll formulate a plan on the way there. As soon as the chopper is refueled, we're leaving. We might already be too late. Grab your weapons and equipment." We managed to get some weapons from Site Bravo 1 before it all went pear-shaped, he said to me. "Grab a nice big gun for yourself." He looked at Becca and Gabriel. "Can you two fight?" "I can, sir," Gabriel said. "Private Gabriel Baines, Mercian Regiment, reporting for duty." "Get yourself some gear, Baines. Follow the others." "Yes, sir." "And what about you?" he asked Becca. "I'm not a fighter," she told him. "She's a survivor," I said. He nodded. "All right, you can wait here." "I can cook," she said. "Well then, you'll find a kitchen inside that building. Make us something nice for when we get back." "Yes, sir." You don't have to call him sir, I whispered. She grinned and went into the main building. I followed Hart inside, and he led me to a room equipped with metal shelves that held an assortment of weapons. Everyone was in here, selecting guns for the mission ahead. The armory, Hart said. It's not much, but it'll do for now. Find yourself something nice. I chose a carbine, much like the one I'd taken to Apocalypse Island, and some extra ammo. We've got grenades, you know, Hart said, pointing to a pile of them on a table. I don't think I'll bother with those, I said. I'd probably end up bringing Bunker 53 down on top of our heads. Hart looked surprised. Really? I'm having one. He slid one into his pocket. Right. Let's see if the chopper is ready to fly. Lucy fell into step next to me. She was holding a carbine. Are you coming? I said. I thought you'd wait here. Someone's got to keep an eye on you. Claudia and Terry were in the Chinook's cockpit, performing pre-flight checks. Ready to go? Hart asked them as we piled on board. They both nodded. As we took our seats and strapped ourselves in, Hart stood at the front of the chopper. Listen up, everyone. We've been through a lot together. We've tried to fix this broken world as much as we can, even at the cost of our friends and comrades. Today, we have an important mission ahead of us. Important, because if we don't stop Project Reaper, no one else will. The buck stops here. We are the last hope for everyone on the mainland. Do me proud, and let's kick arse. Chapter 14. When the quarry came into view through the chopper's windows, we could see military vehicles parked around its perimeter. I counted 4 Land Rovers and an APC. Where do you want us to set down, sir? Claudia said over the headset radio. Right in the middle of the goddamn quarry, he said. This is no time for niceties. We dropped out of the sky quickly, and the rear door lowered, ready for us to make a hasty exit. Although I could see military vehicles, I couldn't see any personnel. If they were hiding, they must be underneath the vehicles, because there was nowhere else they could conceal themselves. The floor of the quarry was flat and level. We touched down, and everyone except Claudia and Terry got out. The pilots had been ordered to wait in the cockpit, ready to get us out of there quickly if we needed to evacuate for any reason. Unless they saw enemy troops, in which case they'd take to the sky and wait to land when needed. They were staying put. That left 7 of us to enter Bunker 53 and do whatever damage we could to Project Reaper. The original plan had been to ensure the bunker remained locked, but we were too late for that. The small door in the rock wall of the quarry was open. The brigadier and his men were already inside. "Let's go," Hart said. "We still don't have a plan," Hamilton said as we advanced to the open door. "Kill everything that moves," Hart told him. "How's that for a plan?" "Works for me, sir." We reached the door and flanked it, pressing ourselves against the rocks. Hart made a quick motion with his hand, and Hamilton entered the bunker with Gabriel. Sam and Tanya went next, followed by Lucy and me. Hart brought up the rear. We crouched on the wide, sloping cement corridor inside the door. A green line painted on the floor led to a second door. That door was also open. "Damned idiots," Hart muttered. "Patient Zero is running around in here, and they didn't think to close the bloody doors." We proceeded along the corridor, weapons raised and ready. I felt sweat trickle down my back, but I didn't know if that was because I was warm or scared. As Hart had just reminded us, Patient Zero was in here somewhere. When we reached the second door, I could smell death in the air. I had no idea how many people had lived in Bunker 53, but I was certain they were all dead now. A heavy atmosphere seemed to hang over the place like a thick shroud. There were still no signs of the Brigadier's men. It would have made sense for him to post guards on these doors to make sure no one came in or nothing got out, but he didn't seem to have bothered. Was he so confident that no one would show up and try to stop him, that he'd thrown caution to the wind? It seemed unlikely, yet the open doors and lack of guards certainly suggested it. "Where is everyone, man?" Sam said, echoing my thoughts. Perhaps there was an emergency, and they had to rush inside to help the others, Hart suggested. "Let's keep moving until we find someone to shoot." "Or something," Josh Hamilton said. Hart waved his hand, and we moved through the second doorway in the same formation as we'd entered the bunker. I noticed Lucy was breathing heavily, and the expression on her face hovered somewhere between concern and pure fear. "Are you okay?" I whispered, placing a gentle hand on her shoulder. She shrugged it away. "I'm fine." "We should have killed that thing when we had the chance," Tanya said. When no one replied, she added, "Come on, we're all thinking it." "We might have destroyed the only chance to find a cure for the virus," Hart said. "Well, the government has the cure all figured out," Hamilton said. "Total destruction of all survivors." "Enough chatter," Hart said. "Let's move." We proceeded through another open door and into a corridor that seemed to stretch into the bowels of the earth. There were doors on each side. They were closed. It was still quiet. With Hart in the lead, we moved along the corridor. As we passed each door, I expected it to burst open and for Patient Zero to jump out, ready to rip out our spines. I constantly looked over my shoulder at the corridor behind us, but nothing attacked us. There was no furtive movement in the shadows and no creature tracking us as we moved deeper into its lair. There was just an empty corridor. The corridor terminated at a closed steel door. Perhaps they managed to contain Patient Zero in the section of the bunker beyond this door, Hart mused. "Sir, why don't we just get the hell out of here and close all the doors?" Hamilton asked. "The Brigadier's men won't last long in here with that thing. We just lock everything up and let nature take its course." "It isn't just the Brigadier's men who want Patient Zero," Hart reminded him. "They've been sent here by the higher-ups because they're expendable, cannon fodder. If they manage to acquire the target, all well and good. If not, some other team will come. A team of these so-called Reapers. They're probably just using the Brigadier's men to test the waters. They're probably waiting to see if it all goes pear-shaped, or if the Brigadier actually manages to pull it off," Hamilton said. "Yeah," Hart said, "and judging by the lack of guards and how quiet it is in here, I'd say it's all gone pear-shaped." He tried the door. It opened. Beyond the doorway, I could see a cafeteria. The tables and chairs were scattered all over the place. Some of them were broken. We moved inside. Some sort of scuffle had happened here. There was blood on the walls and on the floor, but no bodies. 2 doors led from the cafeteria into other sections of the facility. "Might be time to split up," Hart said. I'd seen enough movies to know that this was a bad idea, a very bad idea. "We should stick together," I suggested. "I agree," Sam said. "We've all seen what happens in horror movies when the characters split up." "This is real life, not a movie," Hart told him. "Hamilton, hand out the comms units." Hamilton took 7 tiny headpieces out of his pocket and handed them around. I looked at mine closely. It was an in-ear headphone and a mic that hooked over the ear. "We'll stay in touch via these devices," Hart said. "Alex, Hamilton and Gabriel, you're Team A. Sam, Tanya and Lucy, you're with me. We're Team B. As soon as you see anything or make contact with the enemy, let the other team know. The devices are always on, so we'll hear each other at all times. Simply speak if you need assistance." I didn't like the idea of splitting up, but I didn't seem to have a choice. Hamilton, Gabriel and I took a route that led east out of the cafeteria, a narrow corridor with doors on either side, while the others entered a wider corridor that led south. "I'm not sure this is a good idea," I said as we made our way along the corridor. Hart's voice sounded in my ear. "We'll cover more ground this way." I'd forgotten he was listening. The corridor turned out to be a short one, and an open doorway at the far end showed a much larger room beyond. Except I couldn't see much of that room because it was shrouded in darkness. The corridors and rooms had all been brightly lit with overhead fluorescent strips on the ceiling up to this point. Now it seemed we were entering a part of the bunker that had no power. Our rifles had maglights duct-taped to their barrels. We switched them on. 3 beams of light penetrated the darkness in the room, revealing what looked like some sort of communal area. Easy chairs and low coffee tables furnished the room, along with a pool table, foosball table, and air hockey table. A dartboard hung on the wall. "Looks like they had a life of luxury down here," Gabriel remarked as we cautiously entered the room. "Yeah," Hamilton said. "This place was probably like a 5-star hotel." "Until it wasn't," I said. He nodded. "Yeah, Patient Zero changed all that. Their sanctuary became a living hell." "But where are they?" Gabriel whispered. "Where are all the people?" "Maybe this map will tell us," Hamilton said, shining his light on a map on the wall. It seemed to be a simple diagram of the bunker layout. The place was huge. Hamilton ran his finger over the map, tracing our steps from the entrance door. "We're here," he said, pointing at a square that was labelled Games Room. "What's that really big square there?" I asked, pointing at a room that was 4 or 5 times larger than this one. "Gymnasium," he read. "Hey, they even have a gym." "I bet there's a basketball court," Gabriel said. "It's big enough. Hell, there are probably 2. Hamilton's voice took on a serious tone, and he spoke into his mic. "This is Team A reporting. We're heading to the gymnasium." "Yes, I'd gathered that from your conversation," Hart's voice said in my earpiece. "Keep your eyes peeled and your mouths shut." Unlike us, Team B was totally silent. Even Sam had gone quiet. We memorized the route to the gym and left the games room, our maglite beams cutting through the darkness as we entered yet another corridor. "What's this?" The voice was in my ear, but it wasn't Hart. It was Lucy. "Stand back," Hart said. "What is it?" I asked. There was a pause, and then Lucy said, "Some sort of grey substance on the walls." I remembered the fungus zombie on the island, the room in Gilly's farmhouse, and Carly and Andy encased in grey matter that seemed to have a life of its own. "If you see any bodies," I warned, "don't go near them. They emit spores." "I don't see any bodies," Lucy said. "Just the grey stuff." "We are proceeding with extreme caution," Hart said. We did the same, shining our lights over the walls and ceiling, looking for fungus. "That's what I hate about this virus," Hamilton whispered. "Fucking thing keeps constantly changing." That gave me pause. I stopped in my tracks and tried to work something out in my head. "What is it?" Hamilton asked. "Team A, report," Hart said. He'd obviously heard the concern in Hamilton's voice. "It's okay, sir. Alex is just having a thought. Or a stroke. It's hard to tell." "We haven't considered what Patient Zero might have become," I said. Hamilton raised an eyebrow. "He's what he's always been. A spine-ripping killer." I shook my head. "That's what he was before. That doesn't mean that's what he is now." "I don't follow." "He was hit with a dose of vaccine and he died from the gunshot wounds Johnny Drake had inflicted on him. When we brought him here, the virus was bringing him back to life." "Yeah, the fucker was just sleeping," Hamilton said. "What if he wasn't just sleeping? What if he was incubating?" Hart's voice crackled in my ear. "Alex, this isn't the time or place for this." "It's exactly the time and place. We're hunting for the old Marcus Vess, the man who climbed through air vents and ripped out people's spines. But what if he's something else now? I'm just saying we need to be prepared." "For what?" Lucy asked. "For anything." Gabriel looked into the darkness ahead of us, eyes wide with fear. "I don't like the sound of that." Neither did I, but I couldn't ignore the fact that Patient Zero could have mutated into something different. The virus seemed to have ways of adapting to the circumstances in which it found itself. How would it react to being locked inside a bunker with no way out and a couple of hundred people to feed on? One thing was for sure. Patient Zero wasn't hunting his victims from the air vents alien-like, as he'd been doing when we'd first encountered him. There were no bodies. There was blood everywhere. But it looked like the bodies had been dragged away to somewhere else within the facility. "All right," Hart said. "Everyone stay calm. We don't know what we're dealing with, but don't let that rattle you. If it bleeds, we can kill it." "What about it possibly being our only chance to find a cure for the virus?" Hamilton asked sarcastically. "Fuck that." Hamilton nodded. "I can get on board with that statement." We made our way along the corridor and took a couple of turns that would lead us to the gym. As one of the largest rooms in the facility, it seemed a logical place for the brigadier and his men to set up a base of operations. Since we hadn't seen them anywhere else in this place, it was a possibility they were in there. "Gym is just ahead," Hamilton said, shining his light on a pair of double doors. "It's through there." "Stand by," Hart whispered through my headpiece. "We have a possible contact here." Gabriel, Hamilton and I waited outside the gym doors. If Team B had found Patient Zero, we were wasting our time here and needed to get over there to help them. I heard Hart whisper, "Sam, check that out." "What is it?" I said. "What do you see?" "Alex, be quiet." "There's movement in there," I heard Sam whisper. Then I heard Tanya shout, "Sam, behind you!" And the sound distorted as gunshots cracked the air. Hart's voice came through the noise. "Team A is falling back. We have contact with zombies. At least I think they're zombies. There's too many of them." "We'll come and help," I said. "Negative. Continue search for Patient Zero. Be aware that there are zombies in the south section of the facility. We'll try to draw them out into the quarry. Make your search easier." "Okay," I said. "Good luck." The sounds of gunfire stopped suddenly in my ear, yet I could hear them echoing through the corridors of the bunker. Team B must have taken their headpieces off so as not to be distracted by us while they were leading the zombies outside. "We're going to do this," Hamilton said, nodding at the gymnasium doors. "Yeah, let's go." He kicked the doors open, and we pointed our lights inside. "What the fuck is that?" Hamilton said, stepping back. "What the fuck is that?" Gabriel let out a panicked yelp that was almost a scream, and backed away up the corridor. I joined them. The doors swung shut. "What is it?" Hamilton repeated. "I don't know," I said. The beams of our lights had picked up something that was straight out of a nightmare. My mind tried to work out what the creature was by filling in the parts we couldn't see due to the limited light thrown off by our torches. The entire gymnasium seemed to be covered with the same grey fungus I'd seen at Carly's Cafe and Gilly's farm. But there was much more to this than a few tentacles and a couple of bodies. I'd seen hundreds of bodies trapped inside the grey matter. Some of them were still moving. And as well as tentacles snaking across the walls, ceiling and floor like veins and arteries, I'd seen eyes. And the thing had looked like it was pulsing. "Is that patient zero?" Hamilton asked, his voice rising. "That can't be him. It can't be." "He's gone through some sort of metamorphosis," I said. It seems to be absorbing all those bodies." Gabriel leaned against the wall and puked. "What do we do?" Hamilton said. "How do we kill that thing?" I remembered Hart's words. "If it bleeds, we can kill it." I wasn't even sure if the monstrosity in that room could bleed. It seemed so far removed from anything I'd ever seen that I had no idea how it could even exist. I dug into my pocket and found the flare gun I'd taken from Verity. I pushed a flare into the barrel and pushed open gym doors. As soon as I had enough clearance to safely shoot the flare, I pulled the trigger. The red flare sparked from the gun and embedded itself into the grey matter at the far end of the room. I stepped back as the flare exploded. Some of the grey matter caught fire. In the light of the flames, I could now see the massive proportions of the creature. An unearthly scream issued from within the gymnasium. Dozens of pustules appeared on the surface of the fungus, and at first I thought the damned thing was boiling from the inside. But then I saw dark shapes within the pustules, humanoid shapes. They writhed within the fungus, as if performing some sort of bizarre dance. The pustules erupted, and the humanoid creatures, which I could now see were some sort of zombies, slid to the floor and ran at me. Dropping the flare gun, I raised my carbine and began to fire at the running zombies. Hamilton and Gabriel did the same. As our lights danced around the room, I could see more pustules forming on the fungus creature, more zombies waiting to be set free from the fungal mass. The zombies that had already hit the gymnasium floor were halfway across the room now. They seemed to be rotted corpses covered with fungus. Some of them dropped as we fired, but we'd soon be overwhelmed by their sheer number. "We need to go!" I shouted, turning on my heels and running. Hamilton and Gabriel were right behind me. We fled through the facility, retracing our steps to the games room and back to the cafeteria, where zombie corpses, presumably killed by Team B, littered the floor. My eye was drawn to the face of one particular corpse that lay on its back by the door. I recognized that face. It was the brigadier. Hart's voice sounded through my earpiece. "Team A, you need to get out of the bunker. There are enemies heading to the quarry. Repeat, exfiltrate now." more creatures were strewn over the floor of the cement corridors near the door of the quarry, and as we got outside into the sunlight, there were even more of them. Hart and the others had done a good job of leading them outside. If they hadn't done that, Gabriel, Hamilton and myself would probably be trapped inside the bunker with zombies attacking us from both sides. The Chinook's blades were already whirring. We ran for the chopper, and as we sprinted up the ramp that led into the craft, Claudia and Terry were already taking off, the Chinook lifting rapidly into the air. Trying to catch my breath, I grabbed a seat and strapped myself in. I was relieved to see everyone from Team B had made it out alive. As I put on the flight helmet, I said, "What's the rush? Where's the enemy?" Hart pointed out of the window at the quarry below. A convoy of black-painted vehicles was rolling into the space we'd just vacated. There must have been at least a dozen of them, and, as they came to a stop outside Bunker 53, 5 black choppers dropped out of the clouds. "That must be them," Gabriel said. "The Reapers." I nodded. On the ground, dozens of black-suited soldiers exited the vehicles and rushed into the bunker in formation. "They'll have a nasty surprise when they get inside," Hart said. "But in the end, they've got what they wanted. I don't suppose you found Patient Zero in there?" "We found him," I said, "but he was nothing like we expected." The Reapers would have a hell of a job getting what they wanted from Patient Zero, now that he'd metamorphosed into whatever the fuck that thing had been. But I had no doubt they'd find a way to build it into their plans. We'd lost. Plain and simple. "Tell us about it when we get back to the island, over a cup of tea," Hart said. I nodded and watched as, in the quarry below us, the Reapers took control of Bunker 53.